Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, October the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. See my screen, that will help. Anybody in YouTube, same thing. All right, guys, thank you. Wow, lots and lots and lots of activity. I don't have this on my homepage, but I've resurrected my earnings plays up and earnings plays down. I can give this to you guys later if you want. We're now starting to get into earnings season. I will talk about some of the ones that are up that aren't earnings right off the bat. MDAI is up. There was some news about it. ICU, man, I thought of you, Katie. Yeah, I know I mentioned that. You're in this one, wow, in this 70-cent level, I thought. And look at this, man, got up to what, a dollar 27. But more importantly, I mean, less than 3 weeks ago, there was another $17, 17-cent stock for ICU. And let's see what else. Just looking at some of the goose, Canada goose, my goodness. Goodbye. Not an earnings play, but goodbye. All-time low now for Canada goose, GOOS. SMTC did a financing and is sinking on that financing news, really sinking on that financing news. I can't see what the financing price was. All I can see is that they're raising $250 million. RTO is not an earnings play. I read what they do. Products and services protect people from pest-borne diseases and the risks of poor hygiene. So evidently not selling that well. That's what they say. Look at RTO. It is not an earnings play. Look at this. Look at RTO just absolutely getting crushed here. Down 20%. Thank you, Les. MKTW, and not an earnings play. I'm going to get into all the earnings plays. MKTW, little gap up. So let's just do the earnings plays, okay? Now, obviously, the two big ones and the tail of two earnings plays for sure. So Netflix released after hours yesterday, and look at this. Didn't see this huge gap up by Netflix. I mean, that's a 15%, 436 million in the float, massive gap up, still holding the gap. Remember when Netflix was dead, Disney and all the other streaming services were going to make them not disappear, but just turn them into an also ran sharing of accounts that was going to kill them. Raising prices that was going to kill them. I guess not. Anyway, I mean, Netflix still has a ways to go to its all-time high, but look at this pop. And then we have Tesla. Now, Tesla actually had a pop after hours, a little bit of a pop after hours. But then Elon started talking about how the Cybertruck is going to be really delayed. I don't know if that's the only reason, but anyway, Tesla is down now. If you wanted to short Tesla, TSLQ, if you want to follow Tesla all day long, I would suggest that you follow TSLQ. This is the so if you wanted to short Tesla, you could buy TSLQ. It's liquid enough. This is an ETF specifically for Tesla. And then if you thought maybe Tesla will turn around today or tomorrow, you could buy TSLL. So one's going long. This is 1.5 times. Okay, so if you thought Tesla was going to rebound, you could buy TSLL. Now, if you recall a couple of days ago, I was showing you how you can sort on the earnings date column. And I think you can see, I mean, we're starting to get some earnings plays. So there's AT&T. AT&T is moving higher on earnings. I didn't look at this one really, but UNP, if you're into the more expensive ones, UNP moving higher on earnings. TSM, another nice look at this pop for TSM. This is a nice breakout, actually. The next high looking left, 93.46. LVS, Real has talked about LVS, Las Vegas Sands. Another nice gap up on earnings. Then on the downside, I'm going to sort on the earnings date column on the downside, scroll down. Here are some of the earnings play. I don't care about Nokia. BX, another earnings play. BX, earnings play, gapping down. EFX, is this Equifax? Well, I haven't seen Equifax in the news for a long time. Remember the data breach that they had? But they obviously recovered. I'm gonna go to a monthly chart. I don't remember when that was. I think it must have been here back in 2022, early 2022. Anyway, Equifax earnings play, moving down on earnings, and it's been in a decline. It's a big gap down. What else? What do we have? Tesla, of course. DFS. Real mentioned DFS. Discovery. DFS. Next low looking left is 86, so it doesn't have that much to go until it hits that. CCI, another earnings play. CCI, another earnings play. With a big gap down, 4%, big float, 430 million. Big gap down. I mean, look at this guy. He's taking all this out on the daily chart, below all this now. So on the weekly chart now, the next low looking left is, well, it's not there. So where is the next low looking left? And that's for Crown Castle. Boy, oh boy, look at this decline. 210 down to, wow. Look at these. So it's other financial vehicle. So what exactly did real estate? Oh, real estate investment trust. Yikes. Okay. Not quite an all-time low, but within the range, the lifetime range is at the low end, 13% above, or in the range. Anyway, so a lot of earnings plays. Even American had earnings. I don't trust these guys. Not American specifically, but well, there you go. I'm just going to say I don't trust that these gaps will hold. So American Airlines had earnings or has earnings, got up to 11.75, and it's got right basically back to being flat. Yeah, one non-earning play, what's been mentioned, is rare. So they did a financing at $30, so that shrugged off the financing like nothing. Look at this, almost a 10% pop off that financing news, or off the financing price, I should say. No, I didn't say that drop. Look at the market. So the market. So we had our the employment figures, or unemployment, or whatever you call them, job 9:30, or sorry, at 8:30, and the market liked it for a while. Nice little move, and then I don't know what happened here, and then another nice move up. So we're actually looking like we're going to have a positive day to start after yesterday's debacle. That's right. Just that you guys have hijacked the term Americans. And let's see, anything else? And Best Buy, yeah, thank you, Guy. Best Buy, Goldman Sachs. I didn't see a price. All I saw that they had upgraded them and suggesting they're going to break out of this 70 to 75 range. November 21st is earnings, so it's not an earnings play. Zion, sorry, I miss Zion. Zion Regional Bank. Or is it too big to be original? I just don't. I don't know. I don't know if they're just a regional bank or not. But anyway, it is an earnings play. Zion is an earnings play. Let me take a look at XLF. XLF, of course, yesterday, a couple of days ago, it hit the 200-day moving average 2 days ago, and then with yesterday's Morgan Stanley really dragged down this sector. I think MS. Rely, okay, I'll take a look at Real is talking about Rely, RELY. Big pop up and then a pullback. Reuters, MasterCard, and Remitly join forces to expand access to cross-border payments. Yay, cross-border payments. I guess that means we really are all Americans. Boy, after yesterday's nice little run for Foot Locker is taking a dive here. So Goldman Sachs turns bearish with a downgrade for Foot Locker. See if they've got a price target. $18, so it's a little bit above that. So Goldman Sachs has turned bearish on Foot Locker FL. Speaking of that, let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Whoa, Netflix. You say my voice is breaking up. Hopefully that's just you draw. Ooh, sound is breaking up. Okay. Well, I'll keep talking, guys. Just came back. Okay. Hopefully it's not nothing permanent. Okay, guys, so there are some of the I'm not muted. No, I'm not muted. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I'm not muted. Going through this again. Okay, guys, doing a sound check right now. Okay, thank you. All right, now if my voice if my sound's breaking up, there's something I may be able to do, so just let me know. Mr. Chris V, thank you. Chris V in the house. Chris Varley, of course. All right, there's my downgrade for Goose. Bunch of downgrades for Goose, guys. Goos. There's a downgrade for Foot Locker from Goldman, $18 price target. RTO continued, excuse me, guys. Excuse me, RTO continues down. Picking it while it's down. Peloton, $4 price target now. Bank of America, Peloton, PTON. So lots and lots of action, and we're just getting going into earnings season. So Pepe, I asked you, Netflix, that's one of those ones that does not have an ETF? Is that correct? That's right. Interesting. That's too bad. That's what I thought. For the owner to buy, I mean, look at again, if you didn't hear me earlier, if you're looking to buy or short Tesla, you can always take a look at TSLL. You want to go long Tesla if you thought maybe Tesla was going to bounce or in the future. But wow, look at this, by the way. This is right at the 200-day moving average for TSLL. It's going to be probably just about the same for Tesla. So again, if you wanted to buy Tesla, if you thought maybe there's going to be a bounce today, not that I'm suggesting that, and this is what you could buy. Otherwise, if you think Tesla is still going to weaken, you could buy TSLS. These are two ETFs specifically for Tesla. Okay. Let me just look at Tesla, though, the stock, and check that 200-day moving average. Okay, so the long TSLL is sitting right on it. So the 200-day moving average is at 227. Oh, no, it is. I'm sorry, I forgot that. That's the current price, 226. So yeah, so basically sitting just around that 200-day moving average for Tesla. Okay, this is what I'm going to do, guys. You may lose me for a moment here. I'm going to do what's called a hard reset on my on the audio bridge. It's called. See if that helps. Okay, let's see. Does that help? Does that help, guys? Can you hear me? Those of you who could not hear me, because yeah, I had to do that yesterday. Yeah, it's just certain people, Chris. I don't understand. Certain people can't hear me sometimes, but some are saying the ones who couldn't hear me now are saying they can. They can hear me. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Let's see. No real point in going over the eat the well, okay, why not? I do it every morning. Let's just see what the major indices or major sectors are doing. I'm just not going to compare them to their 200-day moving averages. Kind of we have an idea about what that's all about now. So here I'm looking at my sector status. Yeah, this is happening. So I just have to remember, William, when you shut down the room, I have to do a hard reset of the room. This is just happening, I think last week, Casa pointed it out. I just have to remember to do a hard reset. All right, guys. So what you're this is kind of interesting. I mean, the market is mildly positive. So what you're seeing here, these are the major ETFs or major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 86% in red, what does that mean? Well, it means that 86% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. So that yes, while the market is in positive territory, there's some sectors like materials, it's only about 50-50, healthcare about 50-50, retail a little bit above 50-50. So nothing really standing out other than energy being kind of weak. Okay. Oh my goodness. So this one from yesterday, the one I kind of rejected, AUMN is on the move again, guys. AUMN on the move again. I kept thinking there's all sorts of little pockets of resistance, and it just blew through all those. So the next high looking left, let me get to a weekly chart. I think it says $2 level. Sorry, 193. Actually, 169 is the next high looking left on the weekly. And then we've got 193. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but all right. I have to put a little, so I'm going to put a note at the bottom. Hard reset when William leaves. Speaking of William, Alcoa. So Alcoa, basically nothing. No, I mean, choppy reaction to its earnings, or really nothing to see here. So guys, I am going to share this link right now. It's not my homepage. I'd add it, get Rudy or the gentleman who looks after my homepage to add it. But I'll share this right now. I'm going to have this up and running now for at least a month. Okay. As we get more and more into earnings season. Well, if you want it, here it is. For YouTube, you want it. There it is. So this is what it looks like. And of course, you can always make adjustments if you wanted to see, for instance, stocks over $100. Just adjust that price range. Now there are more earnings plays, but I have a filter right now, 300,000 shares. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything under 300,000 shares in the pre-market. And again, if you're not familiar with the way we categorize earnings, what I think of as an earnings play. So we have an earnings date filter. So in the min, I put minus 0.25, and in the max, I put 0.25. Minus 0.25 means they released earnings after hours yesterday, like Netflix and Tesla. And 0.25 means they released this morning before the market is opened. Okay. Thought I had the designation here. Doesn't really matter to me. And if you wanted to see more earnings plays with lesser volume, because I think I only have a $20,000 limit or 20,000 share limit in my actives up and down, all you have to do if you have my pre-market actives up or down or down, just sort on the earnings date column and you'll see them. Okay. You just scroll down. Okay. Just scroll down and then you'll see them. And here they are. Here are the ones on the way down. So here's how we're seeing these ones right now. So again, why you're not seeing some of these here, the ones that are here, is because some of them haven't traded 300,000 shares yet. Okay. And the reason I put 300,000, when we get into earning season, like next week with 500 companies releasing, this was just getting way too full. So I decided I had to put a minimum share amount volume. Now, let's see if anything is sneaking in. We're just MTC guys, MTC perhaps. I'm just going to now sort on the change from the close. I forgot to mention this one. Now this could do nothing, but DKDCA. This is a SPAC. It's up 20, or it was up. Well, it was up when it was up here. It was up a lot more of a percent. It's still up 15%, but it's a SPAC. Okay, ICU still holding over $1. So, I mean, if you look at a weekly chart, this still has room. ICU still has room. I mean, on a weekly chart anyway, the next high looking left is $2.04 on a weekly chart. So it's broken free. Boy, yeah, 18-cent stock 3 weeks ago, almost 4 weeks ago, an 18-cent stock. Look at Netflix, $405, up 17%. So remember, we've got a bunch of price targets. I'm not saying they're getting there, but I think they range from about 450 to 510. 1 minute already. Wow. Okay. Thank you, William. All right, guys. Pretty sure today will be a lot more exciting for me anyway than yesterday. Monday and Tuesday were great. Yesterday was boring for me anyway. A super choppy day in the market, but we've got so many earnings plays. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. So first of all, I'm going to shut this down, kind of wait. And again, I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, I want to let things settle down a little bit. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. We have 15 seconds for the market before the market opens. This is something I took yesterday I was demonstrating how you can take a trade in our simulator. This is AUMN. So I didn't get rid of it. And so that's how you can practice swing trading if you want. Just don't get rid of a trade. Okay, guys. I guess FCX is an earnings play too. FCX is also an earnings play. Ooh, look at this red candle here. Okay, what will the market do today? So far, we had a little red bar before the market opens. The 9:15 to 9:30 red candle are there. Let's see if we can remain green today, though. Okay, there's your AUMN, AUMN above yesterday's or at yesterday's high, 155. So it's at yesterday's high right now. MDAI, again, pretty choppy. So there's AT&T. Boy, it's hard for me not to say T-Mobile. AT&T running here, guys, on earnings, getting close to that high up here. That high up here, meeting 1573, getting very close to that daily high. Looking Las Vegas Sands, LVS, earnings play hit in the pre-market. It hit 47.81 or so. So United Airlines, I guess sympathy play right now with American up a little bit. Had earnings yesterday. It's basically dropped all day. Okay, I just want to show you how you can get out of a trade. I'm going to highlight this trade. I'm going to flatten it. All right, guys, PBF, is this an earnings play? No, it is not. PBF, energy. So remember, energy was weak. Remember when we looked at the energy sector, about almost 90% of them were down from yesterday's close. So energy was weak. Why doesn't my page show OTMO halted? There will be a reason. It could be a volume reason, but let's take a look. Well, yeah, there's no volume. So that's why I have a minimum filter of 20,000 in my for volume. This looks like this more like a news halt. This is a news halt. So that's the reason though. Okay. There's no volume. Okay. Wow. Look at it. Look at Alcoa now. Remember Alcoa really was doing nothing in the pre-market. Now look at it. Look at Alcoa now. AA and FSC, yeah, FCX. FCX. And look at CENX, see if it's doing the same thing. If it isn't, if it hasn't followed suit yet, CENX, another aluminum producer. SPR from yesterday with the Boeing news. It got as high as yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was 2209. It got up to 2213 before it pulled back. SPR. All right, TFC is an earnings play. Oh, this is Truist. Okay, these I see them quite a bit now in terms of in the analyst upgrades and downgrades section. Truist. So TFC earnings play. Whoa, I'm looking at a couple of the big memers, guys. AMC, and GME, both of them. Now it's early, but look at these giant red candles here. AMC and GME, big giant red candles to start. This one from yesterday, guys. So, okay, on the way down, FBYD. If you were here yesterday, this got up to, believe it or not, 40, almost $44 yesterday. FBYD. Morgan Stanley's trying to have a rebound from yesterday. Morgan Stanley, MS. Earnings play yesterday basically was actually it did have a bit of a surge at the end of the day. Okay, guys. So again, it's early 9:37. I'm going to give this another eight minutes or so before I commit to anything. Look at the market now, guys. Unfortunately, the market is starting to move down. Yeah, look at MU taking a hit also. MU taking a hit. Next low looking left for MU is 68, so not that far to go. Okay, SMTC doing the financing. Wow, look at this lifetime range. It's not that far above its lifetime range. So this is now showing up on my, again, it's early. I wish it weren't this early, but SMTC showing up on my abnormal option activity, showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown, showing up on momentum down. This is just the flip of the momentum up. So SMTC showing up a lot of different scans right now. I did see some also in the pre-market. I don't think this was an earnings play. Some, but it is giving it up. I mean, it had a big pop in the pre-market, but it is giving it up also. Not seeing a lot of positive follow through. ICU though, ICU, cheap, but ICU still has that room until 204 is the next high looking left. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but on the weekly chart anyway. I see you. Well, American continues down here, guys. AA continues down. Earnings play, AA. Remember this one from yesterday, ACXP, or the last few days. ACXP is moving down. LBRT is an earnings play. LBRT is an earnings play. Energy play. Katie says she swung it and got rid of it at 8 o'clock this morning. Oh, you're talking about the ICU, William? I remember her talking about it yesterday. All right, guys. Well, Canada Goose, GOOS, all-time low. Well, there's the actual all-time low, 1160, but I mean, it doesn't count today, but 1168. SMTC continues to make new lows here, guys. SMTC. Okay, guys, I'm just watching this market here. See if we have a continuation red bar for the second one. Beam, guys, BEAM is super weak here, guys. Beam is weak, and it is not an all-time low, but way, it's at 5% level. So again, if you had a candle of if you had knew where the all-time high was and the all-time low, it's in the way at the lower range. Probably the all-time high is up here around 73. Moo's American Jerky. Okay, this is in our YouTube room. FFIE had a great day yesterday. I recall, or nice day yesterday. As I recall, looking left, it had some room. FFIE. Okay, so yesterday's high was 175, so it's kind of there. The next high looking left is 216. So, well, I mean, if it can get through that high of yesterday, it's got a shot into the 2 level, I guess. And if it can take that out, I mean, it's got a lot of room, but whether it will or I don't know, of course, if it's going to do that. Good volume already. I guess that I don't even know why I have it. Oh, I know why I have it. That's Steve's. That's the 10 SMA. Steve likes that on the 15-minute chart. So I had a question in our YouTube room. What moving average do I have on my SPY chart? That yellow line is the 10 SMA. Speaking of Steve, Steve will be in our YouTube room well, noon Eastern. So he is a huge proponent of using the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Okay, we are now 15 minutes in. Now I can kind of take a look. Well, rare is one of those rare ones that really explode off the financing price the day of. Financing's at $30, and more than 50% of the time. I'm going to say at least 70 or 80% of the time when a company does a financing, it usually trades below the financing price, at least the day of the financing. But this is one of those rare breeds. So they're raising what, $250 million, I guess $250 million, and their financing is at $30. So they did a heck of a job. All right, guys, SMTC underneath 16, underneath 16. We're sitting right at 16 now. I'm looking at this one. I might short this if it gets into the 1580s. It really has no support. They did a financing. This is typical now, company does a financing. This is more typical. Watching SMTC, guys, it's hovering right around, well, it's at 16 right now. 1601 bid ask. Wanted to see if it really has a further collapse down here. Boy, it's just stuck right here. This meaning SMTC is just sort of stuck right at 16. Now, there's your MDAI, Katie. Pre-market high is up here at around almost 5. Okay, guys. Well, this is this crazy one. The FBYD resumed again. Okay, SMTC still hanging around that 16 mark. Beam continues to move down. I'd love to see it take out 19. Well, I'd love to short this tobacco company, Philip Morris, PM. This is an earnings play, PM. So a lot of these earnings plays are fading now. So TSM, a big earnings play. There we go. Let's see now. Okay. Okay, guys. Short SMTC. And when I say that, I don't mean you short SMT. I'm sorry, I'm short SMTC 1590. Okay. Let's see if it gets back up in mid 90s. I'm out. Just want to see if it has a bigger collapse now. SMTC. Again, as I've said a few times, you see a stock in the 10-day daily breakdown and in the option activity, pay attention to it. Yeah, I can't speak for either. So anybody with Trade Zero or Cobra maybe wants to answer that question from Trade 25. I have no idea. Okay, bounced out of the SMTC, guys. Small loss. Had a little gain in it, but I was looking for a lot more. We'll look at it one more time if it gets back into the 1580s. All right. Well, guess who's in play today? Sava. Sava trying on a bounce. Okay, Sava's trying on a bounce. The next high looking left is 1469, so has some room. It's above yesterday's high. This is on the daily reversal. So I've got a couple in the daily reversal. The MDAI early though, 406. I know it's at four, got up to what, 440, 59. And there's the Sava, 1426, 1435, and moving. So Z-Lab's got a little bit of room, guys. What's the volume like? Not very good. China, pains me, but I want a short goose. So there you go, trade 25. William chiming in saying Cobra by far. Ah, look at SMTC now. All right. Well, let's see if second time I'm better luck on the SMTC. Hi guys. Not an earnings coming up. All right, coming up through the 200-day moving average though. RHI. How much volume? 9 times normal, but only 205,000 shares. That just tells you it doesn't trade very much. Down goes ICU. Goodbye. Underneath $1 now. Okay, guys, Goose had to do it. See, the pre-market low is 1139. I wouldn't. I wouldn't take that. Now, if you could guarantee that was going to happen, fine. Okay, guys, I want to hear I want to hear grunting now. This is my pig sound on the daily breakdown, SMTC and Goose. Every time I hear the grunt, I know, well, it could be a new stock, but SMTC making it, yes, making a new low. I want to start seeing Goose doing the same thing. Okay, guys, SMTC. So again, now Goose. I got to take a look at Goose. Just check out its option volume. It doesn't trade options. Doesn't really trade very much in terms of options. Only 430 contracts, which is only 33% of normal. So this is not going to show up more than likely in the abnormal option activity scanner. Okay, guys, I'm covering some of my SMT short down here in the 54 level. All right, bounced out of my goose short, guys. Okay, I'm going to take a look at it again though later. I was in at 1160 and got to 1170. I took myself out of the trade. Okay, rare. If I had to guess, I would say that rare would start to fade at some point, getting maybe closer to that, maybe not down to 30, but that's the financing price. The next high looking left is 34.91, so it's getting close to that high over here. That was yesterday's high for rare. Ah, look at Sava, guys. That was a nice one from the reversal, the daily reversal. Look at Sava. Sava. I mean, this is, your next high looking left is way up here at 16, over 16, I believe. 1595, 1595. That's Sava. Sava's on the move. It's taken out the highs of the 2 and 3 days ago. Some big rippage here now for Sava, guys. I mean, it could challenge. I mean, that's 60. Well, it just dropped, but I mean, if it gets over 15 again, at that 1594. Watching this one around 15, guys. See if it holds 15 and pops again. We're now talking about the Sava, SAVA. This is not shortable for me now at Interactive Brokers. The shorts have dried up. Interesting. Yeah, no shorts at Interactive Brokers for Sava right now, anyway. All right, Quintas, 174 is the next high looking left on the daily chart for CUEN. Okay, what is the market doing? So we had the down, the big first 15 minute was red, second was green, next one is red, but we've got all these bottoming tails. So the buyers are trying. The buyers are trying to keep this the market positive. The Dow is slightly negative, Nas is slightly positive, SPY is basically flat to start the day. Hey guys, I'm just looking at some of these earnings plays. Key is another earnings play. Kind of choppy though. So all I've got right now is still some of the SMTC short. I'm just waiting to see if it has a further collapse. Kind of waiting on the SAVA to see if it gets back over 15. Okay, guys, doesn't look good now on the market. Another big red bar forming. Buyers are certainly now back in control. Or sorry, sellers are in control. Yeah, look at the beam, guys. Yeah, beam, 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 beam. I know Real mentioned this one a little. Well, I mentioned it up here, but yeah, very, very weak. Don't know, Chad. You'll have to, if you're asking me a rhetorical question, I can't answer the question. You're talking about text alerts on or text alerts, so you get an alert and you want to, get a text message on it. I mean, I know there's a way to do it, but it's kind of limited. I mean, it's not geared. But anyway, I can't answer the question. Okay, I'm sure you probably asked the question, but I cannot answer your question. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, SBS. Haven't seen this one for a long. This is sanitary something or other. Sanitary. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I'm right. Water and sewer services. Okay, SBS, Brazilian company. SBS. Next high looking left is a little too close for my liking, 1228. So again, Chad, I'm not trying to dismiss it. I just don't know. I can't answer a question like that. Okay. Oh yeah, I think he meant a year. You're saying costs $1,000 a month. Of course it doesn't. It's I think you meant $1,000 a year. I missed that. So you change your C to a or a K, your K to a C, I'm assuming coffee. Or is that just okay, guys, I'm out of the SMTC also. So I am in nothing right now. Waiting on the beam to see if it gets back into the into the mid 1850s or so. Big bottoming tail. Shouldn't be, well, maybe it's in effect still. Yeah, it must have been down 10%. The cash register is only usually when I post an alert. You shouldn't hear cash register other than that. Otherwise, it's not indicative of anything. Well, okay, Tony, if you're hearing the cash register sound, that means you might have one of my scans, and maybe I forgot to take the sound alert off it. That's all. Remember, the my multi-strategy alert windows. I have a sound alert on each. I get different sound alert for each window, but I thought I removed all the sound alerts off my homepage so that you wouldn't hear them, and you can put your own on. But it means nothing. It's just a sound alert. That's all it is. It's just if you're hearing the cash register, it's just a sound alert. Okay, Beam, are you going to come down now again? Look at NVDS, guys. Interesting. It's showing up in our AI. NVDS is if you want to go short, well, first of all, I wouldn't do that. So NVDL, this is an ETF that is designed just for NVIDIA. So this is, if you want to go long NVIDIA, you'd buy that. All right, 14.98 now for Sava. Let's see if Sava can get back over 15 and run from there. Boy, the market, we're back into our chop mode again, guys. The last time I looked, that green candle, the 10 o'clock 15-minute candle, that was red all the way down here. Buyers stepped in, closed it up here, but now the sellers are again trying to force this market down in a big way. So we're in that choppy market again. Pick a direction. Are you sure? Are you talking about oh, you're talking WBA. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the SPY breaking the 200. 200 is still being defended to a certain extent. 421 is the 200-day moving average for the SPY. So you're talking WBA, okay? The Walgreens Boots Alliance or something? WBA. 2131, sorry. What time frame are you talking? I have that at 3094. I see 2131 is the VWAP, and I see 3094 is the 200-day moving average for WBA. So you must not be looking at a daily for the 200. Are you talking WBA? What time frame? I mean, we have 3094. What time frame? Not the daily. Well, I mean, normally, I mean, we can be out. I mean, we can be out. I'm not saying we're infallible, but that would be a big difference because we have 3094 is the 200-day moving average for WBA. Goose. Do I get back into Goose? Come on, Beam. I want you to get back into about the 1860s. You're sure you're on the daily time frame, profit for that? Not another, maybe a more an intraday time frame? But you know what we can do is okay. Just a little poll, maybe William. What do you have for the 200-day moving average for WBA? We have 3094. Profit is saying 21 something. Jamie's saying 3086. Okay, so on this is in our YouTube room. I have a feeling that, yeah, so I would check that profit. Make sure you are talking about the 200-day moving the 200-day moving average. Yeah, so we're in the ballpark. Okay, we're at 3094. So there you go. William doing the same thing or saying the same thing. Thanks, guys. I think we've got a consensus that it's at least, between 3080 and 3090. Okay, PTCT is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. I just have a tough time going long anything right now, but let's take a look at PTCT. The next high looking left is 2497, 2497. So there is a little bit of room, but with this market doing what it's doing, I don't know. I have a tough time going long right now. Okay, Beam. Yeah, nice, pretty nice move though. I'm not in it. 2427. Yeah, but right back down. I mean, I got up to 2450. For me going long anything will probably be very like quick hitters. Is this shortable for me? ACXP? Well, there are some shorts available. ACXP. This was a big flyer, of course, a few days ago. ACXP had a decent day yesterday, but really giving it up now. CCI guys, earnings play. CCI now at the low of the day. CCI earnings play. CCI underneath that whole number. The pre-market low was 85.36, so it's approaching that pre-market low. CCI. GME just no love now for GME at all. Another one that's fading from the highs, LVS. LVS. Look at this giant red bar now, guys. Giant red bar. LVS fading now. Well, it's been fading for a while. Excuse me, for a while. I'm not in it anymore. NSMTC, I'm completely out of it. Another new low, though. Yeah, I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't take it. But it did get up to, wow, 81. So there it is, 24.27. It got up to 81 or 84. What's the spread like? Not terrible. 7-cent spread right now for PTCT. Lizzie, Lizi, Lizi. Whoa, now this has got some room. Cheap one. Little bit of room. Anyway, 450, about 460 is the next high looking left. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, 430 is the next high looking left. I knew I should have held some of my SMTC. Moving down again, guys. I should rephrase that. I didn't know. If I had known, I would have held it. SASI, guys. SASI from yesterday and a few days. SASI. All right. Well, cheap one, of course. Very, very low float. Very low float. Next high looking left is 683. And that's on, well, let me get it exact. 680. 680. So about $1 away from the next high, which is yesterday's high. And that is SASI. If you're going to take something like this, you cannot leave your computer. 606,000 in the float. Very, very, very low float. Beam continuing down now, guys. Look at this market. Oh, son of a. That is a giant red candle, guys, in this market. Giant red candle. Okay, well, TFC, I think this is still up. TFC is still up for the day, but it is sinking with the market. TFC earnings play still up for the day, barely. SMTC, boy, had a few shares too. Oh well. Again, that is your typical reaction to a financing. Rare is not the typical reaction, but this is the typical reaction. Yeah, excuse me. This is maybe an overreaction. I don't even know what the financing price is. All I know is that they're trying to raise $250 million. It's a convertible debt deal. Well, look at this one, Iridium, IRDM. This is another. This is an earnings play also. Earnings play also. Next low looking left on the weekly chart is around 38.80. Give me a moment, guys. Just give me one moment. Okay, PTCT. What's the okay? So the market's trying to put in a green bar. Trying to put in a green bar. All right. Somebody mentioned ITU. Broke down through a dollar, got down to 97 cents. Yeah, I mean, if you're into this, over a dollar again. Pre-market high was 127. Well, sassy guys, SASI got up to 604, pulled right back down. Okay, so here's an earnings play kind of bucking the trend. WBS, Webster Financial, kind of bucking the trend a bit. I just don't have any faith going long anything right now, though, guys. I mean, this is such a giant red bar. Well, you know what? American is hanging in there. American is actually hanging in there. AAL. It's an earnings play. I would have thought by now, would have, especially with that red bar, would have thought it would have gone negative for the day, but it is still kind of hanging in. All right, guys, 10:39. So I think I'll go over my homepage. Sorry, go over my homepage. Before I do that, though, I will put in the test drive link. We're getting closer and closer, November 6th. I guess that'll be about 3 weeks tomorrow, I believe, is when you'll have access to the program. But let me explain all this. So if you click on the test drive link, November 6th to 20th. So what this means is for $11.11, first of all, if you sign up for day today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? You'll get no data, live data until November the 6th. That's when it starts. However, on the 3rd, which is the Friday before, but an hour after the market closes, you'll have access to the program so you can play around with it for Friday evening. And then on the weekend, if you're going to take the test drive, you should know something about the program. Don't come in completely cold, okay? So again, it'll cost $11.11. You'll have access to our premium service, except no auto trading. No auto trading, no auto trading. If that's why you're signing up for it, don't sign up then, okay? If you want to try out auto trading, there's no auto trading. When the test drive is over, it's over. We do not put you into a subscription, in case anybody's wondering. There's nothing for you to do, okay? So we only do this maybe about 3 times a year now. So we don't have completely free trials, but this is a good opportunity to try us out for 10 trading days. Okay. Again, it starts on November the 6th and runs to inclusive to the 20th. That's a Monday and then the following Friday. Okay. Now my homepage. Well, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Now, there is a better promo code that I can give you. Let me just put this in also. Okay, Spooky 25. Okay, Spooky 25. So if you click on my homepage link, don't use this code, Mary 15, use Spooky 25. You'll get 25% off, first month only, or the entire year of trade ideas. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos, the download and install, your first startup and login, important introduction to scans, top list, and alert windows. Okay. If you're going to take this test drive, you can do this at least. If you're new to trading, excuse me, if you're new to trading, we have a series of videos you can take a look at. Trading 101, it is free. Stock of the day video that I do, this is free. Trade of the week is free. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. The education section is here. So again, if you're going to take the test drive, you can take a look at our user guide. You don't have to learn everything, of course, that's in the user guide, but there's the getting started again. I would definitely take a look at the alert windows, top list windows, the T windows. You might want to look at stock racing and price alerts. Price alerts. Okay. There's that getting started series again. So daily support sessions. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. I will confirm that before I take my break. And when I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. Okay. So I don't ask for much, but this is what I will ask for. If you decide you want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Okay. You can save my homepage link, but then whatever code is there, again, you can use Spooky25 right now. The reason is that this room is free. We want to keep it that way. So the more people that use my code, it'll keep the room free. It's that simple. Okay. Now, if you're looking for my scans, you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, just scroll down a bit to the center section. Here are my scans. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. This tells me the gappers up or down. Okay, guys, there's Beam now. Halts resumes is over here. William said this was an IPO. NCL is an IPO. What else have I got here? The abnormal option activity is right up here. The momentum scan is right here. And then what you don't see, again, I'm not trying to hide it. I just don't want to overwhelm the main monitor with all sorts of scans. But this is the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown right here. I've separated them so you won't get the doc version. You can kind of pick and choose which ones you want, but everybody wants a short. So, and then the daily reversal scan. Okay, it's also here and it's right there. Now, another word. If you're new to the room today, first of all, big welcome. Welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Sorry, and 3 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. Now, I usually take off around 3. William keeps the room open till at least 4. He'll probably be keeping it open till, well, I shouldn't speak for him. He'll tell me. But we're now getting into earnings season, so he usually keeps it open maybe till about 4:15 to see what sort of earnings plays there are that release right around 4 o'clock. Okay. Okay. So he'll keep the room open till 4:15 today. Now, If you took my Momo scan as an example, and you're wondering, well, what is it actually looking for? Okay, so with most of the alert, well, all the alert windows and the top list windows, if you right click, configure, summary, this is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So there are a lot of screening programs that you can buy. This is the screening aspect, but what we're really, really good at, real-time alerts. Okay. So in this particular scan, again, this is a screening. So if the price is between 1 and 100, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day, 100,000 shares minimum. This is the momentum, 1,000% of normal, the volume in the last minute, 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last one was Dr. X, DRRX at 1047, and the high was 294. It met all these filter requirements and it made a new high for the day. Okay. Now, so if you like this scan exactly the way it is, great. This is what I like to see. Doesn't mean that's what you like to see. For instance, if you want to change the price range, you left click on that icon and you can see all the filter values that I'm using right here. So if I wanted it to be between 10 and 100, I could make the change. And if I click on summary right now, you can see how it's now changed to 10 and 100. So you can either keep if you like this idea, of stocks making new highs of the day on momentum, and you like it the way it is, great, but you can always make some changes, of course. Now, we have a lot of scans we're also sharing here. If I click on new from our toolbar, click on dock channel bar, we have a lot of scans in here also. These are all theme-based channels. Dr. X, let's take a look at Dr. X. So probably the only ones I'd look at to go long would be maybe some of the cheaper ones that don't really care about what's going on with the market as long as they have room. And when I say room, my whole style of trading is virtually every stock I see is either at the high or the low of the day. And then I look left to see how much room does it have before it hits that next high. And so I'm looking at a daily chart. And if I can't, if I'm looking at Dr. X and all of this that I see to the left, we're underneath this current price, then I start looking at the weekly chart to check. All I really do. Mentioned this iridium earlier, guys. IRDM. Let's shop. Oops, wrong symbol. IRDM. Breaking down again now through that 40. I'm glad I held off on the goose. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. I am very, very surprised with American Airlines. On a good day, if the market were ripping higher, I wouldn't usually these airline stocks, they have the pop and then they just usually fade. So on a day where the market is, having a tough time, I'm so surprised that American Airlines is holding its gains and more. That's what makes it fascinating, guys. That's what makes the market just, you just never know. Well, if you took the ICU, you're probably pretty happy now over that $1 break. Again, the pre-market high is 127. I mean, look, if it takes that out, the next high, look, that's what I'm saying, right? When I talk about looking left, yes, I could take my daily chart and I could try to zoom out and see where it is. But if I can't see it on the daily chart immediately, then and when I say it, here's the current price. When I look left, I don't see anything. I don't see the next high looking left. So what I do then is I'll check on the weekly chart. So the next high looking left is 204. I mean, there's an argument that if it breaks this 127, which is the pre-market high, that could get it rocking again. All right. At some point, I'm going to have to look at shorting this. I mean, hey, American Airlines. I mean, 1210 is the next high looking left. I mean, listen, if it takes out 1210, I mean, 1262 is the next high after that. I just have a tough time believing it's going to keep moving like it is. I didn't even know this. ICU is actually in our AI also 106. Okay, there was the alert at 106. Beam boom, guys. Boy, just had to hold underneath that 19. I know really you're probably in it earlier, but guys, I mean, this ICU, I'm not in it, but if it takes out this 127, I may take some. I mean, just because it's got the room looking left on that weekly chart. Miss this one. Bad miss. ROL, guys, ROL. I don't know if it's an earnings play. It is not an earnings play, has earnings coming up. ROL, abnormal option activity, 3280, 3227 now. The alert was at 1041. So you'll notice that this is the don't repeat version of this, okay? So why I like to see this, just for that reason. Did I miss ROL? So I can see The alert was at 10:41. I can see the alert price, and then I can click on, of course, the symbol, or I can look over here and see if there's been any action. Of course, there has been. This is the repeating version. Okay. So every time ROL made a new low, you'd see it here. Shoot, missed that one. And not too many alerts. So this is what I like about if I weren't doing this, I keep saying that, I wouldn't probably have the momentum scan up. This is all I'd look at. I would just look at these, call them just four scans. That's it. The daily reversal, the breakout, breakdown, and the abnormal option activity. Look how few alerts there are. Okay. We've got 3 in the breakout, 5 in the breakdown, 8, 5 here, 13, and 6 here, 19. So a total of 19 alerts so far. That's it. Okay, what's happening with XELB? So I have an alert for ICU at around 127, okay, just in case it takes out the pre-market high. That could happen later on, or it may never happen. But that's I should go over, putting price alerts, so simple to do. So let's take a look at NCL. NCL, I guess William said this is a IPO for today. Yeah, definitely an IPO for today. 1.2 million shares at $5 a share. So not a good one so far. It's below the IPO price. So this is what I do. It may not happen today. It may never happen. But what I'll do is right now, I'm going to put an alert. See how all you do is just move your mouse, and there's a dotted line that should follow along. And just if you can eyeball it. So I'm going to right click. I have it at 502. I'm going to right click, create the price alert. If I haven't eyeballed it well enough, I can, of course, just type it in. In this particular one, I will put the fact that it's an IPO. I usually don't put any information about stocks in the notes section unless it's an IPO for the day. And I'll put the structure 1.2 million and at 5. And so I know now how many shares were issued and what the IPO price was. That'll tell me whether or not is if it's over the IPO price, number one. But you can see right now this is not a good one. A good one would mean, and the other thing I should do, can somebody quickly tell me, is this a US stock or is it out of China or Singapore or outside the USA? Maybe William knows. I can look it up, of course, but if somebody knows quickly whether or not this is a US based stock, and I'm talking NCL, Barbados, well, you know what? Well, that'll be for tax purposes, of course, but let me just take a quick look. So I'm going to my IPO, and there it is. Nathan, where are they out of? California. So it is a US based stock. So the ones that can get really exciting are the China ones. China or Singapore, they can get pretty exciting. No, NC. No, this IPO today, NCL. No, it's the NCLH. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm looking at American Airlines, $12, or was at $12, hit 12.01. Again, the next high looking left is 12.10. I mean, they're still losing money. Come on, Beam. GMAB. Okay, GMAB's actually had a little bit of a bounce. I was looking potential short for GMAB. Where are they out of? Copenhagen. Hagen. Okay, another cheap one, guys. VIOR. Okay, I mean, it's got some room. 285 is the next high looking left, so it has about 30 cents of that high. Give me one moment, I'll be right back. Yep, muted. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Pepe. I don't think I was saying much. Just talking about Dr. X. So coming into the next high at 303 on the daily chart. Well, who knows? I'm gonna put a put an alert of the SPY right around here, 429.64 price alert, and see if we can take out the highs of these two candles, the two previous 15-minute candles, and stay there. Okay, and stay there. Yes, I'm 99.999% sure. Question is, this is an add-on, okay? This where is it now? In the Market Explorer. This is a $49 a month add-on, the anchored VWAP. I'm pretty sure for the test drive, it is going to be part of the test drive, but let me just make sure. I know it was included in the last one, yes. Just waiting for the answer. Steve will certainly know. He'll be in YouTube room in less than an hour, but it should be. I mean, as Steve is saying, he heard it was, but I'll have an answer. Okay, guys, another one making a new low, I think, is XPEL, another new low. And wow, look at the room it's got. I think next low looking left on the weekly chart is 53.20 or so. Oh, wait a minute. Is that a low here? Yeah, 56.01. Sorry, 56.01 is the next low. Okay. Steve says yes. Okay. Steve says yes, and you can ask him again at noon. But Steve says yes that the anchored VWAP, that is normally a $49 a month add-on from the Market Explorer window, will be part of the test drive. Okay, all these strats right here will be part of the test drive. I don't use them because I think they're mainly, even though in theory, you can use them for intraday trading, but I think they're mainly geared for swing trading. And so consequently, I really don't have a big use for them. Yeah, HLIT. I've been seeing this one. It's been showing up on another scan of mine, HLIT, and you can see that on the weekly chart, the next high is 1125. If somehow, at some point, it can take this out, I mean, then look left. I mean, the next high is 15. So HLIT is trying to have a comeback. I can't remember exactly what happened in this week or day. I don't think it was it could have been an earnings play. Yeah, it looks like that's 3 months ago because it has earnings on the 30th, October 30th, and this is the week of July 30th. So I think this was probably an earnings play for HLIT. Well, you know what? I'm happy for the goose. Okay, so this is to short Tesla. Okay, so you can buy this. This is actually a lot of volume. This is not the one I normally look at, but if you wanted to short Tesla, you think Tesla is going down, you can buy this. This is an ETF created for Tesla. Let me take a look at the other one, TSLS. TSLS. 3 million shares traded on that one. So actually, this is more active. I mean, this one is a little more active than this one. There's 1.2 million here, whereas there are 3 million here. But they're both liquid enough. Well, you want to short Tesla and you don't want to go into Tesla and actually create a short, you can buy this one or you can buy TSLQ. Same thing. This looks like just a one for one. I don't think there's a. I can tell in it. I can tell very quickly. At 9%. So you see how that works. Tesla, the stock is down 9%. You buy this one, and this is up 9%. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So this is a one for one relationship. So I think XPEL now is at that low, 56. So it's getting very close to that low of 56. In fact, it's right there, 55.94. That low that week. And then the next low looking left is 55.86. So still has a little bit of room. Oh, man, look at the chop on the SPY guys. We're getting bottoming tails now too, topping tails, bottoming tails. Another regional bank, not that much volume though, CBSH. Next low looking left is 47, so not that much room. This has still got some room. I mean, 37.75, 37.75. we're talking about the TSLQ. But again, again, you buy this, you're thinking that Tesla continues to move down. This is just the inverse, okay? Yeah, GME. So let's put this in some kind of perspective, okay? So when GME did their split, it was at $160, okay? So they did what's called a forward split, okay? So they wanted to get the price down, increase the number of shares, so a ratio of 4. So when they did it, it was $160. So if you take into account that, this has dropped from 160 to 53. Just multiply that by 4. So if they hadn't done the forward split, this would have dropped over $100. And to put it in complete perspective, let's take a look at the monthly chart. This is where, so again, this is split adjusted. So $4, $4 is where it all started. Split adjusted. It was really 16. Okay, multiply that by 4. The crazy month that it had. Again, multiply that by 4 because it got up to what, 480? But there are people out there that still think that there's some conspiracy, that there are billions upon billions of shorts out there that have not been accounted for, and eventually they're going to have to cover, and GME will go skyrocket to 1,000 or 5,000. Anyway, okay, guys, 11:21. So in about 40 minutes, and I have confirmed. Well, actually, I have not confirmed. Should make sure it will be Steve. Sometimes he and Andy switch off. Yep. Well, again, 420 obviously is the key level. 420 is the approximately 420 is the 200-day moving average for the SPY. No, I didn't take the short, but here's AAL starting to move down. There may be some support around 1172 though. Just looking at these two 15-minute candles, the 1015 and 1030 15-minute candles, there could be some support around there. Look at that option volume, 112,000. Still, it's not, it's only 1.1 times normal. All right, Steve just confirmed, so it'll be Steve in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes. Oh, that's right. Somebody posted that. Was that you earlier about the Culper research report regarding XPEL? Culper research says we are short XPEL, and obviously they've come out with a says Tesla insourcing is a death knell to the XPEL bull case. Okay. Okay, guys. Now, okay, what are these value funds trying to come back? Next high looking left is 730. It's at the high of yesterday. CLM. It is showing up on my daily reversal. But again, look at the market. Man, it's just so to me, it's just so hard to commit. Well, I mean, this is another bank, guys. LBRT, another bank. That's coming right into a daily high. The daily high looks like around 2083 right there. You can see that red line. So if I zoomed out on my daily chart, I would eventually see, obviously quite a while ago, some daily high. I'm not even going to do it anymore. Probably a long time ago. There it is. Probably, boy, that could have been back in 2018. Because there's the weekly. Well, it completely makes sense because if you look at the weekly chart, there's nothing spiking up to this level. So that week right there, so we're looking at what, almost 5 years ago, November of 2018. It's approaching that high. And this is an earnings play, LBRT. I'm sorry, I thought this was a bank. This is not. This is an energy play. So guys, I did share this. This is my, I'm going to have this up and running now for about a month anyway, while we're in earnings season. So this is how it looks. Okay. Earnings plays up, earnings plays down. Now it's a bit of a misnomer. Okay. What I'm doing is I sort on the position in days range. So the stock that is near the high of the day's range. So that's why, I called this up. Really, all you have to do, you don't have to see them all. You can just sort of shrink it down if you don't want to see them all. That's why in fact, that's exactly the reason I could do this and then I could see them all. But because I want to see the ones near the low of the range, the day's range. I want to see the ones near the very high of the day's range. Okay. Now, when we get really into earnings season, I couldn't see them all. I'd have to have like two, even if I, excuse me, even if I elongated this for my whole monitor, I still wouldn't see every single earnings play. So what I like to do is I like to do a sort. These are the same symbols, but now at a glance, I can see the ones near the low of the day. And at a glance, I can see the ones near the high of the day. Now, how this is color coded though is maybe as interesting. If you see in orange, that means this stock, Nokia, is still down for the day. It's negative for the day, but it's trying to come back. Okay. Whereas TSM, as an example, you see it's green, it's up for the day, but it's it's not near the high of the day. So you can kind of play around with this position and range and click on them, and you can see stocks maybe that are pulling back to a certain area. Maybe they'll bounce, especially if it's here's AT&T, the same sort of thing. It's still positive for the day because that's green. That's how it's color coded. Or Zion, as an example, still negative for the day, but it's at the upper half of the position in days range. Hopefully, all that makes sense. Nokia is a great example. Still low, still negative for the day. Still negative for the day. Still down 5%, but it's near the high of the day. There's the high of the day right there, 318. So it's right at the high of the day. That's why this will update in a second. You shouldn't see a sliver at all. Well, you can see it got up to 322, so that's why you see a little sliver of green. Or sorry, of white. So here's the LBRT, the same sort of thing. It's green, so that means it's still up for the day. It's not quite at the day's high, not quite. You can see right there, 2087 is the day's high. That's why you see a little sliver of white. If it were right at the day's high, it would be green all the way to the end. Okay. So again, I will have this up and running at least for the next month as we're, because the earnings plays to me are the ones that are more exciting, most exciting. So you want that earnings scan available? Yes, I can do that. Somebody asked in our YouTube room. I will put it here again. Now, if you wanted the same sort of thing, because I am sharing, if you'll notice here on my homepage, in the scan section, I am sharing earnings play up versus earnings play down. This is a compare count window. You may want to see it in this format. Let's just open it. I'll show you what it looks like. Give me a moment. Okay, just give me a moment. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, don't tell me just give me a moment. Hopefully I didn't Okay, guy. Well, there's a spy. Good. The spy's trying to take out these highs over here. Give me a moment. Hopefully I didn't delete that one accidentally. Just give me a moment, guys. I just have to hmm. Is our site down by any chance? Our website? All right, Beam through 18 now. Barely. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm hoping there are Hmm. We got a, problem. Anybody, I cannot access my home page. The site is down. Okay, thank you. So the site is down, guys? Okay, so the site is down. Everything else, I think are, all this is working still, but the site is down. Oh, man. Okay. No, I know. No, I know. I know. We know we have a problem. Well, the site's down, our site's down, but everything else is still working. Thank goodness. Okay. So I think we're still getting real time alerts and all that. Yeah, there is. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to just put a general announcement here. Okay. We are aware that our site is down. Okay. So I guess the web-based version isn't working. The downloadable app is working. So if you've got this, this is still working fine. Look at the market now, guys. Big comeback, maybe. Okay, guys. You mean Mobile. No, I'm not muted. I'm not muted. I'm just watching and waiting to see what sort of a fix we can get to get our site back up and running. That just happened though. Yeah, so the race is anything that's web-based is not working, guys, okay? So I apologize, nothing we can do about it right now, okay? Our if you're using our downloadable application, everything is still fine. But if you're using, for instance, you can't, our website is not working right now, okay? Well, look at it. This is actually working not badly. I'm not in it. I'm not in this LBRT, but okay, Marty, you can ask me. I don't use Bollinger Bands, but you can ask me. I see if I can answer your question. I don't think I can get into the site though. So, in fact, I'm pretty sure I can't. Well, maybe I can. Okay. Well, these are our Bollinger Band. Steve will be there in about 20 minutes. Maybe he has. I don't know if he uses Bollinger Bands at all, but go ahead. You can ask. If I can answer, I will. If I can help you, I will. But I'm not a Bollinger Band user. Okay, just to let you know. I sort of understand the concept. Above, maybe a reversion in, below, reversion back up. That's about all I know. But I don't use Bollinger Bands. RVNC on a daily reversal, guys. This was this was an interesting one. I think I can't remember if this was a short on this day here, but it's trying to do a daily reversal. The next high is 980 something. 990. I want to see. I want to try to use Bollinger Bands for range trading, but I don't want to see stocks that have tight Bollinger Bands or a tight range. How can I filter out those with with small band ranges? Well, I know there are. I think real. You might use Bollinger Bands, and I think even William does because I'm not sure, Marty. I'm not. I have no experience really with Bollinger Bands. You know, other than seeing where a stock is above the upper range or below the lower range. That's about it. So let me maybe somebody in the room. I'm just going to post that. See if somebody is using Bollinger Bands and has an idea. Okay, put that in the general market talk. If anybody wants to take a look at that, okay? This is using Bollinger Bands. And Steve might, okay? Steve will be in the room in about 15 minutes. He might also, but I'm just waiting to see if there's anybody answering. I'm obviously following an internal conversation, guys, regarding our site, okay? So that's sort of distracting me right now. Meanwhile, LBRT, pretty good, you know, it was pretty darn good. Still has room, 2182. Earnings play. Strong play, guys. LBRT still has some room. Ah, look at the market. Come on, market. Well, why not? I'll put an alert up here. Why not? Put an alert at 431. This is at the top of that big red candle. Okay, guys. Yeah, again, I'm just following internal discussion about what's going on. Okay, I see our guide is down now too. You can't get any help on it. Okay, guys, LBRT. I'm just watching it right now. Trying to hold 21. This is the only thing I'm really looking at, maybe as a potential long. Okay, 11:51. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in. Steve will be there in about 9 minutes or so. Okay, so Steve will be there in about 10 minutes. You can head over and listen to Steve. All right, here's another one that is starting to run a little bit here, guys. PNR, PNR. I don't know if it's an earnings play or not. PNR. It is an earnings play coming up on the 24th, not an earnings play today. Yeah, so Marty Lord Bright OM Infinity is trying to help you out regarding Bollinger Band stuff. He's asking if you're still there, talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, if you're running races, those of you who are running races, uncheck the browser. Okay, uncheck the browser-based version of the race. If you know what I'm talking about. I don't have a race up and running, but so let me see if I can find a race. This is what I mean. However, can't get into our channels. So if you have a race up and running, just right click on the race, and there should be something that says browser, use browser or something to that effect. Uncheck it, and then your races should start to work again. Okay. But I can't load anything, Chris. Not me anyway. This is when I first knew something was going on. I was trying to give them my link to the in my homepage, so I can't load anything. So yeah, so if you are fortunate enough to still have a race up and running, you see one of the if you right click on the race, one of the selections is use browser interface. Uncheck it. Maybe it's the server I'm on, because that's where I first found out that I couldn't go to my homepage. I wanted to give them the link to a different way of looking at my earnings layout, different, like as a compare account window, but I couldn't get to my homepage. Keep an eye on the LBRT, guys. It pulled back to 21. Now, let me try one more time. There's your link. Yeah, it just keeps trying to load. So yeah. Did I see your question? Oh, I'm sorry. ACRS. I did not see it, Trevor. Let me take a look. I did not see your question about ACRS. Again, obviously I'm very distracted about what's going on, trying to get our website. So option volume, yeah. So it meets the minimum of 500, but the option volume today for me is only 137%. So it has to be 150, 150 for it to show up here. So no, I have no alerts on ACRS, even in other scans, because the relative volume is under 3. So it's only 1.9, and it's not going to be in. So no, I have nothing triggered ACRS for me, none of my scans. I actually don't see anything that interesting about it either. To be honest, it's just chopping up and down. Okay, 11:59, guys. I better put my announcement in. Also, so I'm on a break. Just waiting for Steve to show up. There you are, Steve. Okay, just give me a moment. So guys, Steve is in the YouTube room right now, and I'll put myself on mute in the main room. And hello, Steve. At least I thought I heard a little pop. Calling Steve.
I was on soft mute. How about now?
Oh, okay. I thought maybe well, that wasn't going to
No.
work either.
No, we're good there. This is so
Okay.
totally different. But yeah, I'm a bit distracted too.
Oh yeah. Well, I know you probably have to leave earlier, so I'll try to be back by 10 too anyway.
Whatever you
Okay.
can, yeah. Well,
Okay.
that'd be great. And
Okay.
enjoy vacuuming.
I will. Okay. Thank you, Steve.
All right. See you guys. See you, Barry. Hello, guys.
Yeah.
Hang on a second here. I just want to get the right window open so I can see the chat. And if I need to, I can drop links in my account on Google here. All right, here we go. All right. Last question was Trade Ideas has good Bollinger Band in many time frames, which is great, but offers nothing for the bandwidth. Well, yeah. Hello, Caruso. I will start out by saying that our Bollinger Bands are very simple in their approach. Basically, the upper and lower band is identifiable using our minimum and maximum filters, and you can go above 100 and you can go below 0 to actually find prices that are stretching the bands above or below those prices. But in terms of the mean reversions and the midpoint and some of the other tools that Bollinger Bands offer, we don't have that. I'm sorry. Welcome, nonetheless, to Thursday. As usual, this room is priority at 12 Eastern to give to new users, people who are looking to figure something out on the program, not quite sure what to do. Got a couple of things here. We're doing a mock trading account, and there was short Tesla. I think I'll cover my Tesla for the remainder of it. Where is that? Brokerage Plus. All right, I already covered half. I'll flatten the other half. And I'm in second place because Michael decided to YOLO a stock, MNTS. He put his entire account into one stock, and I don't know if that's going to be allowed. Anyway, I've got one eye on our internal Slack here just to see what's going on with our website. If you haven't heard, our website's down. If you're here and you're wondering, we're trying to figure it out, some sort of a DNS issue. I can go over here and turn on only my open trades. Let's see how these are doing. I might want to start to take profits on these. Ooh, look at that. Something just happened in the market. What's going on? Treasury. Bouncing, yeah. Anyway, right. Hello, Marty. Good follow-up question to Caruso, but on the Bollinger Bands, we really can't identify the tightening or the widening. All we can do is identify the price in relation to the top or the bottom band. It can be at, above, touching, or even below the lower band, and same for the upper band. Market scope still appears to be working, huh? I wish that were the case, Peter. I'm going to try again, but I have a feeling if you hit refresh, you're going to lose the page. Let's just see what happens here. No, let's see. Yeah, most of us are still having issues here, and it's kind of quiet. Powell speaking, huh? Oh, they always do that, don't they? They always find a microphone right when the markets hit lows, right when I'm short the markets too. Funny how that works out. So we can see the treasury bonds are getting a bit of a gyration. These XLF really is what, I'm going to turn off the browser interface because I believe that might be also a little bit slow. And as you see, I can type faster. So whatever Powell's trying to say is trying to rescue the financials we look at Morgan Stanley's chart, it looks like death. And so this is why I jokingly say Goldman Sachs looks like death. This is why I jokingly say the Fed always seems to find a microphone when the time is right. All right, back to the questions. Marty, Patrick, thank you. That was your question. Yeah. You know, I want to be bullish gold and silver, Patrick, but we've had such a big run from the lows already. I feel like we're due maybe a little bit more consolidation, a little bit more backing and filling. Like, let me get my illustrator going here. All right, so in terms of the illustrator, you know, I'd like to see a little bit more backing and filling down at these levels, and then I might be interested. This was a pretty good, solid move off the lows, so we'll see how that holds. Sideways action is always good in my book. Gold at 2,000 is always a challenge, that's for sure. Your answer, is there no way to filter stocks with wider ranges? I'm going to make sure that I am correct on that, and I will ask one of my associates just to make sure. Hang on one second. So let me ask the question. Before I do that, I mean, I'm sure you've already done this, but it's always a good exercise for everybody. Go to search, keyword, Bollinger. So there's our positions. That's all we have in relation to the Bollinger Bands. Now, as I promised, let me ask and make sure and see, is there, I'm asking the trader guys. I just keep my eye on XLF in terms of, you know, how much weight Powell has. Okay, so Market Explorer, let me see, hang on a second, actually Chris might have a solution. Let's just go check the Market Explorer real quick. Symbol strategy, Bollinger Band. Hey, we forgot about these. Looking now, so TTM squeeze, tight band. So let's see what we got here. You know, I don't have the Bollinger Band on my chart, but you can follow along with me for certain. So, you know, as I look at these charts, I would say that they're all stretching their upper bands just by the looks of them on the squeeze. So if you haven't tried that, who are we talking to here? Is it Marty? Yeah, Marty, do you have access to the Market Explorer and a new ME window? I'll do it for you again. New Market Explorer. And these are not customizable again. So you go to select strategy, you basically have to just deal with what is piped in there as a hard coded configuration. So if Marty, if you haven't explored this menu yet, I would suggest you do and overlay your Bollinger Bands and see if there's something that you can glean from that setting. But other than those, that's really all we have on the shelf to offer. LF's still just making a lot of noise, not doing a whole bunch. You're just trying to gauge what Powell's reaction is. There's always going to be a knee-jerk reaction, just like Fed Day. And you can see there's a knee-jerk in both directions. As the algos and the news readers try to figure out what's really being said here, what's being telegraphed. But I've learned in the past to not wig out on these types of microphone Fed comments or Fed minutes or the actual FOMC days. You just got to kind of let it spring like a rubber band and see where things wind up and then go from there. But don't want to make rash decisions on a lot of volatility. Well, maybe our local geniuses can get this site back up here pretty soon, but I understand if there are people that are trying to contact us, they can't get through at the moment. Buy the bottom band, sell the top. I agree, Marty. You can't get more contrarian than that. And being contrarian is what works in this market right now. All right, good. I'm glad that helped, Marty. Looks like the spies are just trying to grind a little bit higher. Tesla had some bad earnings, but yeah, I covered that short, and it's still under pressure, but it was a nice little simulated profit. Oh, I love it. Lord Bright has a configuration suggestion. This is the community aspect of the program. This is great. 60-minute Bollingers, 5 min, 95 max. Well, Brian, I don't use the Bollingers, but the post right above you from Lord Bright there might be a good starting point for some people who want to do some configurations. I think Goldman has earnings coming up. Oh no, they had their earnings. I'm confusing them with somebody else. Yes, KP, this is the priority we give to people who come in and say, may I ask a TI related question? This is the place. What can I do for you? That's great. We have some people we call power users, and Lord Bright seems to be a power user where they can help share their knowledge and ideas. Okay, so KP, I tend to do a lot of back testing when I create a filter alert window. Is it possible to somewhere store notes on the window itself? The only place that you can do notes, and maybe this will work for your workflow, is in setting a price alert. And that's a forward event. So if I were to go like Goldman Sachs here and I wanted to know when it was going to trade back above 305, I can right click in the chart and create a price alert. And you'll see here we have a notes section. Now you're talking about doing back testing. So I don't know if setting price alerts on current live charts is what you need. I have so many filters and windows now I created for a few months ago. I have forgotten what happened with the tests I did. Good point, Calvin. You can put notes in the title of the alert window. So any alert window has a configuration tab, and in the summary, you can type whatever you want across the window here to kind of give you, just a briefing of what's really in that thing. But I'm reading when I do a back testing. Okay, so here's a thought. Okay, I'm kind of maybe honing in on what you're doing now. So, if I was to just go ahead and back test this strategy and just hitting fire the button just to get a sim, right? And then we run that test and then we optimize it and then we just do the time of day and maybe we just run it again with a different time of day. But, we're doing the optimization here and we get a second run. And before you know it, you've done 4 or 5 back tests and you're really liking what you've got here. And I think this is what you're talking about. So you go down this rabbit hole, but you're trying to figure out how to catalog and keep track of what you've done. So my suggestion is once you've done all the back testing and you've got something that you really like, ideally you have configured or made changes to the configuration that you want to save. And those saved changes will also include the saved backtest settings. All of that is saved as one. So from there, where you would make your notes is, you're going to save that setting to cloud and you would go, backtest 10, 19, volume, high, any notes you want to give yourself, and you can see your notes all the way across here. Put a date in there as well if you'd like, or a version 1, version 2. I've been known to do that. So I think that might help you, KP, in cataloging and organizing some of your favorite backtesting screens and scans using the cloud title as your notes. Does that make sense? Hopefully. Great. I'm glad. This is why we do these every single day at 12. You're welcome to come here every day at 12. There'll be a different instructor. I'm always Thursday. Andy tomorrow is also similar to me in swing trading. But there's certainly, this can't be done over the phones. And it's also difficult to do over chat. So we make this available. Is the main trading room down? It could be, Calvin, if it's a part of the Trade Ideas domain. Obviously you're over here on the YouTube feed now. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask Barry. I'm not member of that room. I got to keep an eye on my shorts over here. And I'm guessing green to red. Let's see what happens. Yep, green to red. Do I want to just take what I have on the table? Yeah. Keep an eye on this. I'm going to put a price alert in here on this FAS. And I've also got TZA on my live account. I'm gonna have to put a I'm gonna let TZA test the 130 level here. I hate getting out of these things midday, especially with a Fed comment. So I really want to try and hold on to the profits I've got, but I also at the same time, oh, okay, well there's FAS already going south. Let's see if it can hold this level. Doesn't seem like it. Seems like the financials are really liking what Fed Powell is bullshitting and injecting back into the discussions here. Okay, this is just how it works. Bear with me here. TZA is still anybody know what they're saying? What sort of sugar and stimulus and promise they're giving the market? Plus, I'm going on vacation next week, and I never ever take positions with me when I go on vacation. But that's still a ways away. See, we tried to recover here off of that first little spike volume, but then now the true colors are starting to show. But for me, I really can't sell this TZA. The inverse is going to be XLF. It's going to be bouncing up into its 130. That's way up here. I'll give it a little bit. Let's see what happens. The market always likes hawkish. The market always likes uncertainty and bad news. Apparently, I guess I don't know. That's not the way it used to be, but it's the way it is now. Everything's kind of upside down now. God, I hate it when they do this. Just, find a microphone. As soon as the markets hit lows and look technically weak, find a microphone and kick it back into play. That's my cynic speaking. HS, hello. Can you talk a little bit about earnings season and how best to find targets and what to look for using TI soaking information? Thank you. Barry is really good and really keen on earnings season, so you'll always hear him kind of getting fired up as the earnings seasons come into play. Rule number one is never take a stock into earnings. You're basically gambling. You don't want that. But what you want to do is maybe find the stocks that had just had really good earnings. Another thing you don't want to do is find a stock that had bad earnings. This is big no-no. Bad earnings, gap down, heading to lows, all right, but it's bad earnings and it's day one. And you look left and you see support and you think, oh, I'll just bid into the support. Well, guess what? Day one of bad news supersedes all levels of looking left for prior support in my book, because it's a major shift in catalyst and book value and God knows what in sentiment. And you've got a lot of funds that are deciding to get in, get out, rearrange, rebalance. And in my experience, if you're going to want to try and play earnings that's bad and gap down, wait for let me show you a perfect example. It wasn't earnings, but it was a secondary. Same type of thing. Groupon. Okay. I'm going to back up a little bit here so you can see it in real time. So Groupon dropped a secondary, and if you tried to play it on this first day here, you just got ran over. Okay, so it takes a couple days. There's day one. Oh my God, it closed on lows. Day two, the weak hands were still getting squeezed out. It wasn't until day three, boom, popped above the 10 SMA and started riding it back. So if you're going to play bad earnings and try and buy a reversal and take advantage of that, I would suggest you wait 2 days at least, maybe 3, but that's when you want to start keeping an eye on possible reversals. Ah, from red back to green. Okay. Just going to sit for a little bit here in these shorts. So that brings us, HS, to what happens when we have good earnings. So what we can do is you can go to the doc channel bar and you can find our, oh, wait, that's right, our browser's down. Okay, good stuff. Can't demonstrate that at the moment, but we have when we get back up, we have a channel called earnings. And all it's really doing is it's looking for stocks that are just coming off of earnings, the good earnings. And so good earnings, just like bad earnings. So you want to kind of go with the flow. Let's see, how did Netflix do today? I haven't even looked at it. Netflix had good earnings. They gapped up. Okay. So there's not much of a play. A lot of times there's not much of a play when something gaps up huge and then just goes sideways. See, all the people that took the risk down here got the reward because they took the risk. But I'm saying don't do that, because all it takes is one bad luck and you're on the wrong side of something that you don't want. Ideally, let's talk about what Netflix could have done that would have been an ideal trade off of earnings. I'll draw it. So Netflix gaps up off of earnings, comes in, and then consolidates, and then catches. I love it when stocks had good earnings, they get a little ahead of themselves, they come back down, but this moving average, the 10 SMA, forces the entry. So those are the kind of entries I would look for. It's very hard to chase a gap up and ripping to new highs after earnings. I mean, you can, but you're probably going to want to be a day trader and take your profits quick, because especially on the open, they go back and forth really fast. So the idea is you're finding something that had a good catalyst, good earnings, it's gapped up, the shorts are screwed, they're trying to get out. And any sort of sideways consolidation, or even better, a little bit of pullback, and then a bid forms at the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart and starts to move higher. What we have with Netflix here is not the perfect example, because it's just been grinding sideways for 3 hours. That doesn't do us any good. So something that maybe didn't gap up too much, you can catch the consolidation. You're welcome to try and buy the open, or maybe even play the pre-market. Sometimes you can get in on pre-market and the open pops, and you can sell into the open really quick for a scalp. But I think I'm wanting to give you more of the tips to avoid than how to play the good ones, because that can be just as beneficial. So avoid anything on the first day that gap down. Let it filter out. Let the people come home and read the bad news, put their stop orders in, let their stops get hit on day 2. Let pretty much all the weak hands flush out by the close of day 2. Day 3 starts, and then see what happens. See if it starts to gravitate back. The shorts start to take their profit. The dip buyers start to come in. That's the best way to play those. Yeah, pre-market. I mean, especially on earnings plays, HS. Yeah, you want to pay attention to pre-market levels for sure. And if you feel like you can get a good price pre-market, hold it into the open. And then when the open comes, usually you'll get a nice pop that you can fade out of for a nice, day trade scalp, if you will. Other than that, just being in a trade, being long, knowing that it had good earnings the night before, you've got a good current behind you. You've got a strong group of friends that are kind of moving in your direction, because everybody has to rearrange, press change, reallocate, rebalance, weed the garden, cull the bad ones, add to the good ones. And so those are catalytic events that you can participate on. So in my mind, when a stock has good earnings, it's just one more reason to want to try and stay in if you're long and it's looking good technically. What you don't want to see is, as usual, Netflix has already broken my 10 SMA here. If you have another example of a stock we can look at, I'd be happy to, that had earnings recently. I don't necessarily have a earnings scanner per se. Yeah, I would not go long. I think that's no, Trevor. I was short Tesla. Now, let me clarify. I broke my rules because why? I'm playing a simulated game. I'm trying to beat everybody here at Trade Ideas, and I felt Tesla was going to miss earnings, and why not do it with simulated fake money and not real money? So, I was right. So I covered on the open. Covered half on the open and then covered half more later in the morning. I'm out of that play. But to the point of what I was saying, this is day one for Tesla. Look at how the 10 SMA is just hammering the prices. The sellers are leaning on this level. There's still more, probably there's still more to be wrung out of this thing. And if you had to ask me, it's probably going to come down here to the 215 level and touch the 200-day moving average. But this is a perfect example of don't try to buy Tesla today. Horrible gap down off of a shoulder. This thing's going to have a few days to work itself out. And I'm probably dumb for getting out of my sim account, but I'm just trying to book profits and get on the leaderboard. All right. So, any questions? Wait a minute. I just heard a sound. Let me report something here that we just got a chat. Okay, stuff might be coming back. Our geniuses might be smarter than the yeah, our geniuses here might be smarter than the damn fools that tried to mess with us. I don't know. I should keep my mouth shut. But there's Tesla. Perfect example, guys, of the 10 SMA, bad earnings. Don't try and pick a bottom on day one. I should have stayed more short, but I got out, and this thing is now getting a little bit under pressure again. Stay away from bad earnings on day one. Oh, XLF, True Colors. Even Jerome Powell couldn't even talk themselves out of this one. That's why I don't panic out of those stupid little midday jerks. And if anything, let me tell you guys something. Oh, there's another chat. That's good. If anything, when you see these big up spikes just get sold back down, and that's been happening a lot lately intraday. That's bear market action. There's no other way to put that. That's a good sign that we're starting to get chats. Ah, the races are working again. Unchecked browser. Oh, and races work. Oh, never mind. That's old. Looks like the people, the traders, the market has spoken. XLF just made a new low. Be careful out there. Let's take a look at the big boys. Qs. Ouch. I think I stayed in these shorts. IWM, short that. FAS, the banks. Oh yeah, they're not happy. I am so glad I did not panic out of that trade. Where are you? Oh yeah, big jump. I'll take that. I just came on the website and started to chat. I'm gonna try something here. No. What about the user guide? User guide is back. That's good.
Hey, Steve, I just want to cut in. Try doing a link. Try posting a link, like a collaboration link. Well, a cloud link.
Our
I
cloud
can't do
link
that.
in the chat, and where? Post
Well,
it
yeah,
where?
we'll try to see if you can load it.
See if I can load a link. Okay.
Well, yeah. So, for instance, click on a link and see if it loads, and then into a new tab.
Do you mean a cloud link? I'm still
Yeah.
confused.
Okay. Let me.
I need a cloud link to click.
Okay, just give me a moment. I'll take over the screen. I'll show you what I'm talking about, if I can.
I've got so many tabs open. I'm so lost
Yeah,
here
me
right now.
too. Where are you? Oh no, don't tell me something. Just give me a moment. I got to find you now. Okay.
Yeah, Marty, we don't know what happened. We're trying to figure it out, but our smarty pantses are figuring it out slowly.
Okay. So I just took over the link. Okay. So now what I'm trying to do is, if you watch,
Oh, okay.
no, not that. Just give me a moment. Good grief.
Uh,
Just give me a moment, Steve. I know what I'm trying to do.
so this is good. Our stuff is coming back slowly, which means our local genius went in there and figured out the problem, and he's undoing it. Michael Franz.
Just give me one moment. I just have to find where the room is now. There.
Can we load from clouds?
You know what? I may have accidentally shut down my room.
Somebody was
And
saying that the room was shut down, so you might have done
no,
that.
well, no, that's if they were trying to get in. Okay. But if
Okay.
you're in, the room was not shut down, of course. But I think I accidentally clicked on a link on a tab, and I think I shut myself out,
Okay.
if you understand that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I may not be able to get back into the room. Let me just see. Man.
Back to the David saying the cloud links. Now cloud is down again. Well, the good news
Yeah.
is I'm seeing things that were down 20 minutes ago coming back up, like our documentation and other things. Back to the questions.
Yeah.
Chad, are you able to search for gravestone doji candles on a certain time frame? Yes. So I'll go to an alert window and I'm going to go to search. And what you want to do is you go category, and we call them candlesticks, candlestick pattern. So you were asking about a gravestone doji. Well, there's 15-minute dojis, 15-minute handers, hanging man, bullish engulfing, piercing, dark cloud bottoming. So maybe not so much a gravestone. Let me type the actual keyword, grave. Okay, so we don't have that one, but as you can see, we do have like hammers, hanging man, trying to see what else we might have. So those are going to be your selections for you. The category drop down, the perfect circle, or I'm sorry, Chad. Candlestick patterns and the time frame. I find I found some value in like the 60-minute hammer sometimes. Let's see what happens if we add that alert, and what happens if we invert it? Just out of curiosity, flip. Okay, look at that. Why did I not see that earlier? 60-minute hanging man. Why did that not come in here? Oh, gravestone. We have the hanging man. You were looking for the gravestone. I'm sorry. So the exact opposite of a hammer would be a gravestone, and you can just use that with the, like I showed you, the flip contingency there. It'll flip them back and forth. Did Michael Noss break? No, I don't think Noss broke it.
All right, Steve. Finally, I found. I thought I had accidentally clicked on the tab to get me out of the room, but this is what I'm talking about. So I think so. If I click on my home page, I can
Mm-hmm.
get into my home page,
Mm-hmm.
and when I click on my scans, when I try to click on a scan, this is what's happening. We're still. That's what I was trying to say. Click on a scan, click on a link for a scan, and try to load one. I can't. Maybe it's the server I'm on. See, I'm getting the timeout.
Yeah, I think this is a multi-layered fix. Not everything just turns back on at once. So
Right.
Franz is probably layering the reboots after whatever fixes he made. I'll find out more in the dev meeting. I'll be able to tell you.
I'm sure you will. Yeah, the dot channel bar came back for me. So the channel bar
Yeah,
did
good.
come back. So
Ah, see, that wasn't there for me 5 minutes ago.
that
These are
was
all good signs. All good signs.
mhm.
Okay, so Chad, I'd be happy to show you again.
Yeah, you
Chad,
take over the screen again if you
ah,
want.
that's right. You know what? I wasn't showing my screen when I did that. That was the
Yeah.
problem. Sorry, Chad. See how discombobulated we are at the moment when somebody messes with your site?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Oh
so
yes. Sorry. I'm in this
what?
WeBuy. You would never
Okay.
do it, Steve, I know.
Oh,
WBUY.
no, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't do
I know,
that.
I know.
Oh, present. There we go. I need to present. It says stop screen. What the heck? Um, oh, I know why. There we go. You think I've used StreamYard before? There's my screen. Okay,
I'm
here we
gonna mute
go again.
myself.
Here we go again for the steps involved to find those candlestick patterns. I apologize, Chad, that my window was not on. So basically, go to any new alert window because this is an event-based thing, and you can start from scratch. The very first thing you're going to want to do is go to the Search tab in the config of the alert window. And just basically bring up the drop-down menu and just sort for only candlestick patterns. And here you go, 5 minute, 10, 15, 30, and 60 are going to be your general. Here's a 2 minute on that one. But what I was showing you, like if you selected a 60-minute hammer, I find value in this sometimes. I think there's some interesting, nice reversals you can find on a 60-minute hammer. So if we were to add that alert and say, okay, I want that, but I also want to make a scan that has the opposite. What would the opposite be? I hit the flip button here and it shows us that the 60-minute hanging man would be the opposite. That's what we have on the flipped version. So hopefully that helps. It has to be an alert window. Hit the drop down menu there in the search tab to locate only candlestick patterns. And hopefully that helped. And does it matter if the hanging man wick icon wick is below or not above? I don't know. I would prefer that it would be above, but for whatever reason, we don't have that one, Chad. So we just got to kind of work within the confines of what is hard coded into that drop down menu, unfortunately. Let's see. I wonder if the browser races are working again. They are not. Okay. But our channel bar is. I'm going to be real curious to sit in the dev meeting today and hear what they saw, how they identified it, and how they fixed it. with my own layman ears, I'll try and keep up. All right, a few more minutes here. Let's catch up. Does anybody have any more questions for me on how to use the software? Thank God you guys are using the application version here, so there was no real disruption. This had to do with our web-based client. Okay. Well, we're still caught up on questions. Back and forth now. Excuse me 1 second. The market was just all over the place. It just doesn't know what it wants to do here. This is what I'm leaning on. The NASDAQ is below the 50, below the 10. It's trying to hold the 20. It broke it. It's trying to hold it as we speak. S&P, General Health, is it below the 50? It sure is. Got close to the 50 and got denied. Anything under the 50, especially a downward sloping 50 moving average in blue, is a general bill of bad health, or not good health, if you will. And the worst of them, and this is why I'm picking on IWM with my TZA invert, is because this is well below the 200, well below the 50, and well, not well below, but still being corralled and contained by the 20 and the 10. This is the weakest looking index of the bunch, the small caps. Higher interest rates are probably just destroying these companies' ability to access credit and not helping them. That's my take anyway. But, you know, the day is not over. I've said many times, you guys, my method as a swing trader is I don't want to panic out midday of my swing positions just because Jerome Powell's trying to lift the market with his words. So far, the price action is telling him to just go pound sand, but that could change. And at the end of the day, if we're back near highs, I'm just going to have to cover. I'm saying I base my decisions of risk management and culling and even taking new positions sometimes at the end of the day. As a swing trader, I like to see how the end of day candle is going to shape up. That's just me. But yep, back and forth, back and forth. I don't know if he's still talking or if his aides are telling him, you need to say something better. You need more power. Final call for any last questions. I'm here for another couple of minutes. Then I got to go and figure out what's going on. But please show up. He's still in Q&A. That makes sense, Patrick. I think when the Q&A ends, usually that's when the dust settles. What is this, Humphrey Hawkins congressional testimony, or was this just off the cuff? Call the cameras. I need to talk to somebody. I'm not sure what this was all about.
Neither am I. It's not FOMC.
No.
I mean, it's not a typical
No,
FOMC, which is at 2 o'clock
and it's not,
Eastern.
and
So I
it's
don't know what
not
this
a
is.
not a congressional testimony
No.
either, is it?
No. And
Okay,
somebody in the
so yeah,
room
markets
yesterday.
go to lows.
Yeah. And now they're coming back
Markets
up.
go to lows, and then they just kick it back up. Oh, my dentist is confirming my appointment. Hang on 1 second.
Oh, nice. You can go now. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you can go now.
Sorry, I was confirming my dentist appointment. I will go. Thank you, Barry. I'll keep you posted.
Okay. Yeah.
Bye.
Please do. Keep us all
Yeah.
posted. Yeah.
All
Okay.
right.
Talk to you later. Okay, guys. I am now back in Okay, so there are still some aspects of the site have come back, but some are still kids still can't share cloud links. But some things have come back. I know the channel bar, at least for me, came back. Yeah, it came back, and I could get into my home page. I could get into my home page, but my guess is that if I click on anything, oh, okay, I can do that. It was the links. I could not, so I can't hand out links. I was trying to give you this one, the earnings plays up for this versus the earnings plays down. But yeah, so links are still not working. And as I said, don't X out. Stay in the room, even if sometimes what you might do is, leave and then come back later. Don't leave the room. I mean, you can leave, of course, but you can leave, but don't close down the your browser, okay? Because then you won't be able to get back in. And for how long that's going to last, I don't know. Whew. Okay, guys. Yeah, so I mean, this was not FOMC. And I remember somebody yesterday said that, Powell was going to be talking, but we sort of dismissed it, thinking, okay, but it's not FOMC. But my goodness, I mean, what a bunch of nonsense this is. Oh, I guess he was answering questions too. Yeah, a lot of our browser-based, if you're trying to do anything browser-based, it's hit or miss. Luckily, our app is still working. Our app is fine. This app right here that you're seeing. So that never that did not go away. Is if you're trying to use our, let's see if the web-based version can work. No, I just have to be careful that I don't accidentally click the X right there. Otherwise, I won't be able to get back into the room. So yeah, so I was able to get a little bit out of the WBY, the UI. You're absolutely right, William. I was looking at that high over here. Now I couldn't get it, of course, at that high. I actually got in just a little over 9, and I'd love to say I got out right at 1033, or I held on right up to 1077. Of course not. I got in just a little over 9, and I sold most in around the 960 mark. Came back down. I was not able to get back in. Web-based version is working now. I just tried. I just tried. Might depend on the server, Pepe. Yeah, I'm still getting a timeout, so it depends on the server, perhaps. Well, there's the Liberty. I've been talking about this one, guys. It's not been easy, but it's it's been a strong stock. Up and easy. And now the W buy is on the way down. But you can see why I was interested because it's Singapore. Okay, compare that to the other one that came out today. The what was it? NCL. I mean, look at NCL. Not giving us anything. Okay, but because this is out of Singapore, China, on the day of, usually there's a lot more action. It's very risky, of course, but look at this market. It is down again. Okay. Okay. So what was supposed I mean, I know this was scheduled. I know we were supposed to talk at noon, but it sort of said, okay, big deal. It's not FOMC. Don't, yeah, exactly, Katie. Don't log out. Just, leave yourself in. I mean, it may by the time you come back, but our guys are working on trying to trying to get our website stuff up back. But to be safe, don't log out. That's all. There's no harm in staying in. It's not going to do anything. So, or tell your kids to take an Uber. Ah, it was for me. It must be the server. Yeah, because I can't get in. If I go to the login, I can't get in. Now, just a minute. Maybe if I do it from. Oh, okay. No, you're right. I can. It's funny. I can't do it one way, but I can do it the other way. So I can't. I guess I can get in. It did, but I would still not. I would not log out. Yeah, right. I would not log out. Just stay, and hopefully by tomorrow everything is maybe back to normal. Really? So it's not just trade ideas. Okay. Well, I'm just going to keep my fingers crossed regarding the app itself. I know it's not web based. Wow, look at this crazy market. Okay, I do see that this is working though. The market scope is working. Interesting. It's web based. The market scope appears to be working. So you're talking about within your broker, right, Matt? I mean, yeah, you have to go. I mean, I can only tell you, wow, look at we buy now. I mean, it looks like it wants to pop. Yeah, I mean, you have to. I know that within interactive brokers, if I had it listed as a day trade, but then I have a GTC, good to cancel. So you're gonna have, it depends on your broker, I guess. I can't tell you, if you have interactive brokers, I can tell you that if you went GTC, that would be good to cancel. Good to cancel, but I can't tell you what it would be for your broker. But there has to be a way, yeah, to say, okay, good till canceled or something like that. BFRI halted on the way down now. Wow, look at this. I mean, up to eight something, cut in half. I don't think we can trust this SPY action though, guys. We cannot trust, that big green candle doesn't turn into a giant red one. The next, I mean, I know it's green right now, the next one, but it's very, very untrustworthy. All right, SMTC is just sort of basing now a little bit. SMTC basing after the big drop due to a financing. Bobby, oh, what? Okay, I guess there's not a problem getting into the room, but I can't guarantee that if you leave, you'll be able to get back in. But right now, I guess there's not a problem. But no, many of our sites are down. So if you're using the web-based version of our product, you're down. Now look at this. See channel bars not working now. Well, Hall, you mentioned something about TC 2000 options. So are they back? And TOS, you talked about options. Several sites are having problems at the beginning and about the same time. TOS options and TC 2000 options earlier. Are they back? Okay, guys, this LBRT is just inching its way up. This is an earnings play, and again, the next high looking left is far enough away still. 2227. I'm sorry, that's the monthly. I'm sorry. Let me get to the weekly. It's not quite that far away. Actually, this is the one I had to go back to, what, 2018. So there is still room. Yes, there is still room. Let me just replace that message. So we are aware. Okay, some of the web-based functions are not working. I can figure out a way to get back into this one. This W buy. What's the high right there? High right there is 1078. Wow. Okay, I'm not in it. I did not get in it. So this is what I'm doing. Again, I'm going to put a price alert at the high of the day, just in case later on in the day it just explodes through that. Okay, that's all I'm doing. Okay, I don't have a problem loading a chart. Okay. Somebody say they were getting errors trying to load a chart. Ah, do I dare use the browser? No, there's the browser interface, so it is working. Oh man. Okay, guys. I'm just what a wild, wild, wild day. Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm just again following an internal discussion. 'All right, guys. I think I will do a video now, such as it's going to be. Time is it right now? 1:13. So 1:14. Okay, so hopefully I won't have any technical issues. So to put it all in one line here. Okay, back around 1:24 Eastern time, of course. I'll put myself on mute. So what is the market going to do today now? Are we going to hold these gains or are we going to get another giant red bar? Web-based races are working again. Okay, good. Yeah, guide is still not working. So anyway, I'm just gonna forget about it. They'll let us know, hopefully, the developers figure out how to fix this issue. Yeah, thanks, Chris. So highly risky. All I'm really going to wait on is if this W buy takes out the high of the day towards the end of the day and has a bit of a run. That's all I'm going to kind of wait on. Very risky. Not certainly suggesting anybody else do it, but that is kind of what I'm looking at. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything that's moving. That SMTC is just sort of hanging tough now. Okay, guys. I am in this one. I'm sorry. Not in WBI. I've been in this one. It hasn't moved very much, but the LBRT, I'm still attracted to it because it's an earnings play. And it's, has that room until about, I think about 22. Have to look at the monthly chart. I've been talking about this one. It hasn't done much. I mean, I'm in just over 21, so it hasn't moved that much for me, but I'm hoping I can maybe hang on, maybe to the end of the day. Maybe it'll just keep running a little bit, penny by penny by penny. Okay, guys. So I'm really not interested in doing too much right now. I'd like to see the SPY settle down, which is asking a lot, of course. Take a look at Door. What is Door? Next low looking left. It's got some room. I mean, it's got a couple of dollars to the next low. And that is Door, as in door, Door. Not an earnings play. Well, it doesn't trade very much, only 383,000 shares right now, but that's 9 times normal, so it doesn't really trade very much. What's the spread like? Forget it. Sorry, guys. Should have looked at the spread. Spread is terrible. 82.26, 82.80. So sorry. Should have looked at that before I opened my mouth. Well, the other thing I'm kind of watching, not kind of, I have a thumbnail, is the SMPC. I don't think it's just going to stay here for the balance of the day. It might, but I have a feeling it'll break out one way or the other. Now, 616, that would be a pretty breakout to the high. Then down here, I mean, that would be a pretty big break, I guess, but it looks like it's just kind of trading in this little area here. Again, guys, I unfortunately I cannot give this to you now because I cannot share a cloud link, but just to go over this again, you can see how full it's getting. Okay. These are all earnings plays today. Now, there could be others, of course, but I have a minimum 300,000 share volume. So there could be others that are, and of course, others outside the price range. I have a price range of 1 to 100. So obviously, things like Tesla and Netflix are not going to be in here. But I explained this before, and I wanted to give you another version of this, the compare count, which is more of a real-time alert as opposed to two top lists. But just to let you know what you're seeing here. So I've organized it so that I'm sorting on the position in the days range column. Okay. And so what you're seeing here is that Fit B is right at the top of the day's range. If I click on Fit B, You'll see that, I mean, there's the high right there. There's the high of the day. So you could just see a, maybe hard to see, but a little sliver of white, which means it's not right at the high, but well, right now it's right at the high. And when it's green, it means it's also positive for the day. Then you look at Nokia, NOK. See, it's orange. That means it's negative for the day. It's down from yesterday's close. Okay, but it's near the high of the day. So you can look at some of these, the way it's color coded, and the way I'm sorting on the position in the day's range, and you know, BX as an example. I mean, this is down for the day, and it's also near the low of the day. Whereas SNV is still up for the day, okay, in terms of where it closed yesterday. We get it back up again, barely, okay? It's only up 25 cents, but look what it's been doing, okay? It's been giving it up. You can just tell by the position in the day's range that it's near the low of the day. So this can kind of give you, you want to play either stocks that have topped out and are moving down, maybe stocks that are bottomed out and moving higher, or you play within or take a look at some of these that are, not necessarily at the low of the day or at the high of the day, but somewhere in between. That's the way it's color coded. And the reason I have two of them, they're both the same scans, but ultimately this window is almost too big anyway, but you can see what I'm talking about. So if I expanded that, there's the BX, there's the BX down here. I want to see at a glance the ones that are near the low of the day, and at a glance the ones that are the high of the day. When we get next week, when we have like 500 companies releasing earnings, this window will be so big that I would not, it would not fit in one monitor. Okay, so that's why I like to sort it like that, so I can just kind of eyeball. These are the ones that are of interest to me. You're the lows of the day and you're the highs of the day. That doesn't have to be your interest, of course, but that's just what's interesting to me. So I did share that link earlier. I was able to pop it in, but unfortunately, I cannot pop that link in right now because of what's happening with our website. Unless I don't think so. Ah, so I can share links. I can share. I just can't put a link in the cloud. But wait a minute. Will this load? No, that's the problem. Okay, that's the problem. Yeah. So I can put the link in, but it's just not going to load. Sorry about that. All right, guys, I'm out of the Liberty. It's just not. It's not doing it for me. Basically, made a couple of pennies on that. That's the LVRT. Watching this market now. Okay, guys, sorry. Again, just it's fascinating listening to what's happening. I'm just thankful that our application is working fine. What's working for you, Chad? What is working for you? Depends what, depends what you're talking about. For instance, if somebody wanted to take out a subscription, I don't think they could, which is no good for us. Yeah, see, this is not working. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, the app is working fine. The app is fine. It's just, accessing, it's hit or miss accessing anything on our website. That's the problem. So if you're people who have been using our web-based version, they can't get in. And meanwhile, look at the spy guys. Boy, this is uh this is rollicking action. Unbelievable. Look at this. Look at this big red bar. What if it wipes out that green candle and then gets below that 427? Yeah, Netflix, I mean, it'll be interesting seeing Netflix going forward because there's some pretty big price targets put on this. I think the lowest price target I saw was about 450 and the highest I think was about 530. So here we go. Bank of America has I'm sorry, 525. JP Morgan 480. This guy Macquarie, he's throwing he doesn't like the party. We'll have to get rid of him. Evercore 500. Wedbush 525, Guggenheim 460, Oppenheimer 470 to 475. So the only one who's slightly negative is this guy at Macquarie. But all these are all the price. It doesn't mean that it's going to get there, of course, but those are the price targets for Netflix. What do you mean the test site, Pepe? What is the what's the link for the test site? Ah, there you go. Well, this was working. This was working for. Oh, I see. But you're talking about the web-based version of the product. Oh, the links. Okay. So what you're saying, let me just a moment, guys. Right. Just put test hyphen. Yeah. Okay. Stupid market again. Yes, Poe. You know what? I could pack this in today. This is just insane. You know, this has been sneaky. I can't take this because of the high rate there at 314, but did see this on the reversal? Just been kind of sneaky, you know, 290. I mean, nothing fabulous, but up to 312. Nothing fabulous, but this is on the daily reversal. Go on drinking. Yeah, yeah, it doesn't look good now for a W buy. Oh well, it was it's fun to do. It doesn't look like this is going to take out that high now. Good while it lasted, exactly. Okay, guys, SMTC though is now it is starting to give it up a little bit more. Looks like it's going to challenge the low of the day. Yeah, the low of the day is 1525, so it's very close. I'm told no, Trevor. Okay. Oh, here's another one, guys. Interesting. TFC, Truist Financial, is an earnings play. Oh, man, choppy though. Hard for me to look at these things. I mean, I have to click on the alert because I don't know what I'm going to see, but but again, it's up for the day, barely up for the day, but at the low of the day, and it's an earnings play. Aha, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Here's our web-based version. So it is up and running again, guys. So far, so good. So let's see if I can share links. Let's see if that is still up and running. Yes, I think we're back, guys, or at least things I'm doing. I think we're back. So this is what I wanted to show you guys. Okay, this is another way to look at the earnings plays in a compare count window. There we go. So if you have this up and running right off the bat, like before even the market opens, this is a compare count window that takes these. No, maybe it's not working. I want to see if we get a crawl. We should start to see some tickers. I may have spoken too soon. I don't know if this is. I can load it, but I'm not seeing a crawl yet of any tickers. Now it's possible that nothing has making it low or a new high. I think that's the. Yeah, so stock has to be making a new high or a new low. I'll let this run for a bit. This is actually on my homepage though. All right, let's take a look at STLD from Real. If there's anything talking about a break of 100, basically 100. Yeah, room underneath. I can see that. It's an earnings play. Steel Dynamic. So did Alcoa ever come back? That had a just at the beginning of the day, just absolutely sunk. Boom. Look at this. Yeah, I'm just checking my P&L to make sure I didn't have any of that W buy left. But no, no. Oh, okay, no, okay. So there's the compare count is working. Okay, it's just that there hasn't been a stock that's made a new high or a new low regarding earnings since I loaded this. That's all. But I see flex right there. So TRVN migraine patent. Okay, TRVN from Ori. TRVN. Well, you know what? I shouldn't just dismiss it just because it's under $1. Saw what happened with ICU yesterday. Now, is this new news? Because I'm seeing here favorable top line safety, and this is from the 16th. So is this new news? Okay, so here we go. So we're starting to get a couple. So these are more like real time alerts. Okay, man just made a new high. Manpower Group. So you kind of have your choice. How do you want to see these? There's man right at the top here as a top list, and here it is as a crawl. Oh man, okay, guys. Not really seeing too much that I want to get involved in. So how about this PLTK? PLTK showed up on the option scanner 15 minutes ago. Did it really move? No. 864 was the alert. It really hasn't moved since then. One for 50 tomorrow. Okay, let's take a look at POL. Always fun to watch these maybe a few days after the reverse split to see if they pump any sort of news out. So they're trying to. So tomorrow, this stock will be trading at around 250 if this 5 cent price holds. Okay, again, they'll reduce the number of shares by 50, increase the share price by a ratio of 50. So let me rephrase that. They'll reduce the number of shares by a ratio of 50, increase the share price by a ratio of 50. So the market cap multiplied together will be the same. But tomorrow this will be trading at around 250, assuming this nickel holds, because it's going to be a 1 for 50 reverse split. Do the math, 50 times 5 cents, 250. Thumbnail that one, just in case in the pre-market they do something silly like announce, put any sort of a press release out. And this is halted actually. Okay. So they're just announcing this now. So they're just announcing this right now. So that's why the stock is halted. So if you're sitting out there wondering why does the company do a reverse split, the usual reason is because to still be well, this is on Amex, so I don't know what Amex's rules are, but typically if it's a Nasdaq stock, they have to have a price over a dollar. I mean, there are other things that they have to satisfy, but that is usually one of them. So these companies, they do a reverse split, and that'll get the share price over a dollar. For how long? Who knows? Why do stocks go up? Well, they don't necessarily. There's no hard and fast rules. I mean, could a stock go? I mean, could this, when it comes out, go up to 6 cents or 8 cents? I guess, but there's no hard and fast rule. I mean, it could be people who say, you know what, I'm going to take a little bit of the stock just in case after the reverse split. They make some kind, they come out with any sort of a press release. It's just a gamble. That's all. All right, guys. I'm told that most things are back up. So let me no, I don't want to accidentally get out of the room. So got to be careful what I'm Xing out. Okay. So let me see if I can. First of all, we'll do the test drive. See if that is up and running. I don't think that's it. I don't think that's the reason why. I think it's just speculation. Okay. I could do the same thing. I could say, you know what? Why don't I take, I don't know, 5,000 shares of this? Okay. Ahead of the reverse split so that I have some. And then when the reverse split happens, of course, my ratio will be 50, it'll be less. And then if they happen to have a press release that day or next couple of days, it's just a gamble. That's all it is. Well, okay, here we go. Let me see if the test drive link works. Okay, so it appears to work. Ah, that's the wrong one. Just a minute, but that's okay. Okay, there we go. This is the right test drive link. That was my error. So if you click on the test drive November 6th to 20th, this is what you're going to see. So you can sign up for $11.11. What do you get for that? Well, you get 10 days with us, okay? 10 trading days. November the 6th to the 20th, that is 10 trading days. And again, it will cost you 11.11. You'll have access to everything except, I'm going to repeat it 3 times. No auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading, okay? But you will have access to one of the add-ons that we've got is the Anchored View app. It's up here. Sorry, new Market Explorer, right click, select strategy. All of these strats here, this is an add-on right now, $49 a month, but you'll have access to this, all this. You can play, see what that's all about. So it'll be just like you're a premium subscriber, except no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. Okay. Now, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So please do not harass our poor support people, especially now. Hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? It doesn't start until the 6th. Okay. You can't say, well, I want to start it now. Unfortunately, that's not the way it works. So it starts on the 6th. Now, the 6th is a Monday. The Friday before, which is the 3rd, give it about an hour after the market closes on Friday. You'll have access to the program. You can play around with it over the course of the weekend and Friday evening. You should, have some idea about what Trade Ideas is all about, as opposed to just taking this thing and then not knowing a thing about Trade Ideas. Okay, and I'll show you where I think you can go to get at least some of the basics down. So there is the there it is. One other thing, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. Now you can, to get the full 10 days, you've got to sign up on the 6th and go to the 20th. Let's just say you can't, 6th is the Monday. Let's just say you can only start on the 7th. You'll get 9 days. Okay. So it's depreciating. You don't get 10 days from whenever you start. Now the home page. And we get the promo code in that you can use. I'll check to make sure that it does, not the code itself, but we can actually get in for the get trade ideas. Okay, so here's my home page. I'm gonna click on that link now, and this is what you're going to find. So again, don't use this code. I want to click on the get trade ideas. Looks subscribe now. Yeah, everything looks good. So what I would do, just use spooky 25. There we go. So spooky 25 gets you 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. Okay, depending on what, doesn't matter if you take the premium or the standard. 25% off. So that is definitely working. And now this is what I was saying. If you're going to take the test drive, at the bare minimum, do the get started. This will, show you how you can download and install the product, your first startup and login, information about the toolbar and what you're going to find. I wouldn't care so much about dock layout, okay? But introduction to scans, top lists, alert windows, and our charts, okay? So this, I mean, if you went through every one of these videos, it'll take you about 30 minutes. They're very short videos, okay? You must do that. Now, if you're actually new to Trading 101, this is a series of videos. Starts off with what is a stock? Okay, I think there are about 38 videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put all this together. So if you're new to trading, I think you should really take a look at this. I do a daily stock of the day video. Trade of the week is free. So is the stock of the day, of course, but excuse me, the trade of the week is free. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Now, again, if you're going to take the test drive, you can also take a look at our user guide. And you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide, but you want a little more detail about what an alert window is. Here's the getting started again. But what an alert window is, what a top list window is, you want to find a little bit more about stock racing and price alerts. Price alerts. Okay. How to set a price alert on a chart. So simple to do. And last, well, not last. Again, I was going to say this every time. If you want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Okay. Again, the spooky 25. This will help to keep the room free. This is a free room. There are obviously a cost associated to keeping this room free. If you take out a subscription using my link, it would really help to keep the room free. Now, if you clicked on my homepage and you're looking for my scans, you have Trade Ideas right now. Here they are. You can take a look at these scans. Some of the scans I don't talk about, but you can take a look at them. The gap continuation or a reverse. I may bring that back, but it's there for you if you want to take a look at it. When I say bring it back, a lot of times, I'll retire a scan for a while and then I'll bring it back to see how it's working. I don't think so, Chad, but I will ask the question. I don't think price alerts can. I think that is definitely something though that they have been talking about. Okay, answering just ask the question. I don't think so yet. Yeah, so the answer is no. A lot of these things are being worked on with this new web-based version that we've got. I mean, we eventually want to get the whole thing into a web-based version. So there's really no distinction between the app and the web-based version. One of the major problems though is, linking. Linking right now, and I have no idea, I'm not a developer. Maybe Pepe can shed some light on it. But the linking that we've got. So when I click on an alert, I can set up a link with my broker so that it goes into my order entry. So I have a link set up with Interactive Broker. So when I click on the link, it goes into my order entry, and then from there I can trade. Now we link with many brokers. Linking is a big time saver. Like for somebody like myself who's clicking on links or alerts all day long, symbols all day long. If I had to type these symbols in, I mean, it could be done, of course, but I'd rather not have to do that. So we link with many brokers, but in the web-based version, we cannot set up a link. And I don't know the ins and outs of why not, but oof. Okay, guys. So this is also a daily reversal, APYX, not coming into, yeah, I mean, I just can't take it. Looks like there's too much between this current price and two, so I can't take that. Okay, you can see now that TFC just went negative, guys. TFC just went negative. So this is a bit choppy one all day long, but this is an earnings play, and it now just went negative. Now the next low looking left. Yeah, I mean, I right now, this is just sort of nothing I really want to do, but just wanted to point out that in the earnings plays up and down, there's TFC and there's Zion also. So if you just had I hope I'm not confusing people, but these are basically real-time alerts, when a stock is making a new low in red, and you can see there's Zion, there's TFC, basically almost if there's a slight delay, with our in the top list, just the nature of the top list. But you can see there's cold. Now I should try to color code this better. This is why I like to see this presentation, because cold, it's telling me that it's at the low of the day, but it's still positive for the day. This is not telling me that. Somebody's talking about MTC. Let's take a look at MTC. Chris Varley was talking about MTC, I believe, also. So let's take a look at MTC. Yeah, well, easy come, easy go. I mean, look at this, up to 250, right back down to two. So, oh, I see. It showed up on the 10-day daily breakout briefly. I mean, you're right. I can see. So, I mean, if you got in it, if you could have got in right at 206 or thereabouts, sure, would have been okay, but very, very fast. Not a low float either, 84 million. So it's not a low float. So it did take out that weekly high briefly, which is 235. So in between, you got in between that high of 235 and the high of 280. Got it right in between. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Here that some of the web-based function, it appears that everything is now back. So I'm going to tentatively get rid of that message. Okay. Now, before I go though, I want to, just point out this AUMN. So what you're seeing here, this is something I took yesterday as a demonstration, how you can use our simulator, Paper Trader. Paper Trader is available. All you need is our standard service, okay? And it uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker if you're undecided about who your broker is going to be. But you do want to practice trading, which you should before you commit money to the market. You can use our simulator. So I took this yesterday. There was the entry yesterday, and I held this overnight, and I got rid of it this morning. My exit price was 155. Nothing fabulous. It was 500 shares. So made $93. Okay. But this is what I really want to show you. The minus 34 in the distance from the exit price. Okay. What that's telling me is that good exit, Barry. Again, this is in the simulator because from where I exited, it is 33 cents underneath. You can just tell. There's my exit price, 155. Current price is 122. Do the quick math, 33 cents. Okay. So I find this is a good column to have. Also, the max P&L This is telling me that this is the max I could have made when I was still had all 500 shares. So $150. Getting out at 93, that's okay. Okay, I'm wrong here because yeah, so the total P&L on that trade was $45. Okay, this is a little confusing, but the total P&L was $45. So I mean, was that good? I don't know. I mean, this is why if you compare your max P&L that you could have made on the trade to what you actually made, would you want her to give away $100 on that? Probably not. But what you don't want to see is say a max of $500 when you're in the trade, and then when you get out, you're only up 45. I mean that you want to be able to manage your exits a little bit better. Don't know, Marty. Don't know what happened. Don't really know. All I know is that our crack developers have figured out whatever went wrong, and now we're thing be back to normal. Hey guys, I'm gonna come. I'll be right back. Give me about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, Marty, I don't know. I mean, it's something, server issue or whatever. I don't know. All I care about is that it appears to be fixed. So that's all I really care about. Now, I should tell you guys going forward too. Look at this market. Um, as we're getting more and more into earning season, I'll probably be abandoning, just like I did last earning season. I'll be abandoning these cheap ones that little bios that pop and drop and pop and drop. I'll be concentrating way more on the earnings plays. And again, I don't mean the big name companies. I'm talking about second and third tier ones that release earnings. That's what I did last earnings season, and it took me a while to get back into even looking at some of these small ones. Oof, look at GME. I mean, I just don't have the guts to have a swing short on this, but man, oh man. I mean, your next low on the monthly chart is down here, 968. It's getting oh, Mr. Market, look at this. So now we're at the almost at the I was joking. I thought I was joking. Will we get a red bar that wipes out the low of that candle right there? And you know what? It looks like it's fast approaching. Yeah, was it Culper, the Culper group, whoever they are? Culper says, yeah, this. So they have something to do with Tesla. I guess they supply Tesla with something, and now they're suggesting that Tesla will be able to do insourcing. They will have to outsource whatever XPEL does. Manufacturing, distribution, automotive products, paint protection, automotive, and flat glass. Okay, so they must have had something to do with Tesla, maybe supplying product. Still has room on a monthly chart. Way down here to 44. You may, Calvin. So this is the flip. This is the Momo up. This is the flip. This is the Momo down. You can see XPEL over and over and over and over and over and over again. And there's the SPY, guys. I didn't want to see that, but there's the SPY just making a low of the day now. What a mess. Well, 420 is still the big area, isn't it? The 420 is the 200-day moving average, approximately, for the SPY. Oh, thank you. So it is the full report, okay, regarding Culper and Expel. So they certainly expelled this one. Okay, guys, so it's 2:36. So I've got about half an hour left. William says he will keep the room open, the main room open, till about 4:15. Before I take my leave, I will put the YouTube, the main room trading link into the YouTube room. So those of you with YouTube want to come over between 3 and 4:15, you're welcome to. So that's the reason. So this rent to kill. And that's the reason for ROL on the way down. You know what? I didn't even know this was public. Duolingo. I've been. I think I'm up to 104 straight days with Spanish now with Duolingo. Pretty cool. They have a great. I mean, the free site is pretty good. I didn't know that it was a public company. Not Portuguese, no, Spanish. Well, my vocabulary is getting pretty good. Speaking it is a little dicey, and understanding, depending how quickly people talk, very dicey. But I could probably read a newspaper. Yeah, there's a free program. Absolutely. You have to put up with some ads and things like that. But I mean, there's the free program is fine. To get way off the topic here, what happens is you start and you have these hearts. You have 5 hearts to start. Every time you make a mistake, your a heart is deleted. And when you have no more hearts, then you have to kind of go back and kind of retake the lesson again. But it does change. It's not exactly the same lesson. And then, of course, they say, but if you want to buy some parts, you can do so. Well, I don't do that. I just sort of retake the lesson a little bit and build up your hearts again. And then you just pay attention. Don't make mistakes. Yes. Price, I do know that. And it started last week. So thanks for reminding me again. So at around 4:15, I'll try to remember to come back. And then what I do is a hard reset for the room. Wow, this is I had no idea they were a public company. Google takes aim at Duolingo with new English tutoring tool. Well, English. How about other languages? But yeah, every day you're given a task, and they give you a certain number of things you have to do to so that your task is completed. Usually there are three sections. Sometimes it's pronunciation. Sometimes it's it's interesting. It's I think it's very well done. But certainly, I had no idea they were public. Yeah, I'm learning Spanish. And they make it kind of fun. I mean, it is fun, and it's not like when you read these books. They start off and it's very dry and all the conjugations. They make it fun. It's highly repetitive, which is, I guess, if you don't know anything, that's what you want. Boy, look at this Duolingo. It's just getting. So here's Bank of America putting a 188 price target on them. This was earlier today. I'm not sure that. Now, is this an overreaction? Because again, so this is to improve their English skills. So again, I don't know what their target market is, Duolingo. I would have thought it would be English people trying to learn other languages, but I don't know. This looks like it's designed, for people who don't know English. But can it be far behind though? English people trying to learn other languages doing this. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, market. Wow. Honestly, thought I was joking, guys. Would we put in a red bar that took out the low today? I thought I was kind of joking, but obviously not. I'm sure you don't mean triple A. You're just teasing me with the double A, aren't you, William? Or maybe it is triple A. No, you're talking double A. Yeah, you see, you're all excited about tormenting me. Well, I know you're just kidding. I don't care which way it goes. Boy, I mean, look at that. I might have to start, leaving the monthly up instead of the weekly of these stocks. Fascinated by this. I really am. I think, well, I wonder, again, is this just an overreaction? Looks like they went public here. I don't even remember them they're going public. It started, I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, it looks like they started trading as DUOL, dual, in July of 2021. So 2 years ago. I just don't recall it at all. Yeah, true. People at home, all sorts of time in their hands. You're right, Baba. Yeah, I just don't remember, and it's hard for me to believe it would have opened up here around. I mean, the low in that month was 128, and the high was. I just don't remember that. All right, guys. So in about 12 minutes, I'll probably be leaving. So if you have any questions, I'll certainly answer them if I can. The VWAP, okay, 158.08, excuse me, 158.09 is the VWAP. And that is for Duolingo, DUOL. Somebody mentioned that W buy is maybe starting to come back. It is starting to come back. I mean, you never know. I still have my alert set way up here. I mean, I really doubt that it's going to happen today, if ever. But meanwhile, Zion, I think I asked this question the last time we had earnings. Is Zion considered a regional bank, or is it sort of bigger now? Arizona, Nevada, Colorado, Washington, Utah, I don't know. Is it still considered, I guess, a regional bank? It is still a regional. Thank you. Okay. Well, look at the monthly. Boy, the monthly sure gives you a different picture, doesn't it? I mean, look at the monthly. Some support around 20. Of course, this is the month where all those regional banks were just got killed. Yeah, look at W buy. My goodness, could it do it? So here was the first time in the abnormal option activity scan that we saw Zion as an example, fairly late, I mean 220 and at 33.18, and since then 32.55. Boy, again, look at the monthly chart on Excel. 43.72 is the next low. I think I'm going to keep this monthly chart up for a bit. I guess we have to pay attention to Culper now as some group with some credibility, when they come out with a report. No, no, I'm in nothing right now. But look at the SMTC now, just made a new low. No, I'm just waiting to shut down personally. I'm just waiting another 7 minutes or so. No, I do not trade after hours. Some a question in the YouTube room. I rarely, I cannot remember. I think the last time, believe it or not, this is going to date me. The last time I traded anything after hours as initiating. Now, listen, the only time I will trade something after hours if I don't already own the stock. In other words, will I trade something out after hours if I currently own the stock? Sure. Normally, though, I don't hold on. The only time I will take a trade after hours if especially some small stock has done very well and it closes near the high of the day. Still a ton of room looking left, and I start watching how it's trading after hours. And if I see like a pop, I may take something after hours. Rarely though, even that I don't. But I don't trade any earnings plays after hours. No. Because you can see, I mean, look at Tesla as an example. I mean, I'll just use it as an example. Look at Tesla. Tesla released earnings after hours yesterday. Initial reaction, now here's where it closed, 242. Initial reaction got up to 249. Looked pretty good, right? You get a piled in. Oh, right, Tesla is going to go, 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 and then all of a sudden collapse and all that. So I don't. I mean, this is an exaggeration, of course, but I don't. This can happen after hours trading. So I don't trade anything. Listen, anybody's listening to this and saying, "Well, I trade after hours and I do great." More power to you. That's all I can say. More power to you. I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I actually have Babbel also, but Babbel is a pay service. They sort of rope you in on the free, and then they want to charge you. And so but if you're looking for a free, I mean, I think Duo is really good. For a free service, I think it's awesome. They are similar. Best thing to do is do a do reviews of them. Look at the reviews. Well, there you go. If Pepe says it's really good, then it is. I know we're getting way off it, but it become for me it's become addictive. If I don't do it every day, I even if I've sort of forgotten, I'll catch myself. And you do it on your phone. I mean, it's so simple on your phone. Go to a quiet place, spend 15 minutes. But you're right. It is addictive, isn't it? I I say I'm over, I think, 103 straight days now. And you can always start off, of course, whatever your level. I mean, I was not quite a beginner. I knew a lot of words already, but I decided to start off right as a beginner. I could have probably started off as, they give you the different categories. I know a little, but anyway. All right, guys. So SDLD, real is still slugging it out now with SDLD, breaking down through 100. Almost. Was right at 100. Okay, guys, I think that's it for me. If there are no other questions, I'll hang around for another minute or so. If there are no questions, I will give the room over to William. Now, he's not on the mic and he's not sharing the screen, but he'll keep the room open, the main room open till 4:15. So what I'm going to do in our YouTube room, if you guys want to head over to the other trading room, another hour and 15 minutes, here is a link. Okay. Sorry. I have two links there. There you go. There's the trading room link on its own, so you can head over and listen to, well, just talk amongst. This is what it looks like. I mean, it's just got more action. There are tabs, etc. So just more action, more people in the room interacting with each other. I will, Todd. Thank you. I will. Okay, guys. I don't see any questions, so I think I will say goodbye. So the main room is open no later than 8 o'clock. I think when I've been, I have to remember, do a hard reset around 4:30 to come back and do that. So I can clear the conversations so that tomorrow it's fresh. Anyway, you can head over by 8 o'clock, certainly, Eastern time. William or Chris has opened the room. And then I get on the mic at 9 in both rooms, YouTube and the main room, sharing my screen, and go to 3 o'clock. Okay, guys. So we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks a lot again for all the help. And hopefully we don't have an issue tomorrow with our website. Okay, muting myself now and screen sharing will disappear.